Hello, 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 and welcome back to some programming. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Oh, I actually had a good day yesterday. Quite a good one. Very tired though at the moment. I've continued the trend of having very late nights recently, and it has not done me any better. But you know, it is what it is. Oh, clearing up. Nice. I should probably clean my glasses. But yeah, ended up getting the chance to use Spell Table to play with some friends, some more Magic the Gathering. I did not win a single game. I was the first to go out in both games that are the main games that we played. Cause first game, one of my friends was playing an asshole deck and he thought that was the correct thing to do, is play the asshole deck first. And then, which is the same deck that he's used on me multiple times, and he's just keeps getting better cards put into it, so I'm really kind of at a point where I'm like, bro, it's just not fun, I'm gonna be honest, to play versus some of your decks. In fact, most of them. And then, yeah, that's the main thing, right? Other than that, though, yeah, no, it was good. It was good. I have actually started playing Magic the Gathering Arena more now as well. I just kind of wanted to play in different formats to understand more mechanics. To kind of like see what is available. I found quite valuable so far. Like, I've come up with a lot of other things. I've come to a better understanding of how certain interactions would work, so on and so forth, right? One of my favorite decks that I'm playing at the moment is a Alunda deck. That's all, like, I'm gonna be honest, she is a great win con, but I play her like maybe, I wouldn't even say like 2 out of every like 10 games. And the worst part is, even of like those 2 times I might play her, if even that, it's not even like she's part of the lethal. It's sometimes she's part of the like, I just need to heal. I'm gonna be honest, the thing that wins me most of the games with that deck is the it's specifically 3 cards. Or, well, there's one that's there is alternate options of it, but it's specifically 3 kind of effects going on. Because, so I have 2 cards in particular. Well, no, I've got 3, but these 2 are the main ones. I got some cards that are basically like, whenever you heal, gain +1/+1. And then I've got whenever a thing enters the board, heal for 1, and then I've got, I think it's like Cat Merchant or something like that, where it's like, summon, create a food token, whenever you would heal for the first time each turn, create a 1/1 cat token. And it means that the first time I summon a minion every turn, I heal for like, at minimum 2 for that, if I do not have multiple, like, thing heals. Which normally I do. So it just gets to this point of escalation really, really quickly and really funnily. But if I can't get my board started, I do tend to just kind of fall over, which is what happened to me this morning when I played the first round. Anyway. Enough about Magic the Gathering for now. We're probably going to talk about it more later. I'm not kidding. I so much Magic talk I want to do. Still trying to decide how I'm going to handle like getting Magic stuff moving forward. Right. What do I want to work on? I want to try and work on a little bit of what was suggested last stream. I think it was last stream. When it comes to enemy movement and the pathing architecture there. So let me. So I was going to work on that separately, but I just admittedly didn't get to it in time. Because, yeah, no, it's like outside of the playing the magic stuff, I have been researching magic quite a bit and looking into a couple of coding things and working on a little bit of other stuff here and there. Oh, yeah. Alright. So, if I look at this again. So So I'm just gonna put it in as this person has it for the moment while I think about how I'm going to potentially go about using it. What is their name on Discord? Because I best make sure I reference them. Okay, and then go back to here. Always best to ensure that you try and reference wherever possible. So how is this working for what we want to do? Spawning is handled via this. Which is then handled by that. Which handles here. Which is handled here. Okay, so I need to... for this bit of code, it would be should we just write this as a script at this point? Yeah, probably. Oops, that was the wrong one. Tab. There we go. Oh. There we go. Alright. Oh, you know one thing that I did, and it's really pissing me off still, is you know when you get like I wouldn't say a cut, but like the thing of at the like the bottom of the nail, that bit of skin gets like lifted up and it bleeds a little bit and is pain in the ass. Yeah, I got that at the moment. On one of my thumbs, and it's just really been annoying. I think I got it from actually shuffling my cards and accidentally like flicking one of the corners there. Probably that's what happened. I want to see if this crashes the game before I really continue with inputting the trimming. Oh no, it's not target I want. It's what is it gonna be? Um. Yeah. That will solve that. Okay. I need to see if this crashes because I want to see if this interaction works correctly. And then we'll go from there, right? So we'll learn pretty quickly with the spawning. So 4 seconds. Alright. Ah, yes, it needs to not be other in this case now. It needs to be O control enemy be correctly referenced. But the fact is that it coded all the way to that point indicates that that's probably the only major issue. Cool. Alright. That works how I want it to. So now I need to figure out how I'm going to correctly do this. So where would this be put along the way? Looks like you're doing big things, Blue Man. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying my best. Blue Man, though. You know, it took me a moment to remember. Yeah, that's a good point. No, it's... Where would it sit? Because I'd assume, theoretically, if I was to input this trim thing that we were given, would it be here? Would it be here? I'm gonna try here and see what happens. And then for solids, what is it again? It's on the controller, enemy, create. It is map ID I need for it. I think that should be the only one. No, it's because that's only object. Collision line. Oh, because it would be self, right? Well, So it would be O, enemy, unit parent. Would be how it kind of goes. Let's see if this is the correct spot for this. Also, hey, Muffin, how's it going? I'm actually just trying to implement the path trimming that you gave me. Figure out exactly where I want it and what I'd need out of it. See how this works. Alright, 4 seconds. Yeah, no, that seems to work well. They feel slower, though. Is it because of the trying to path around each other? I'm gonna put it in the wrong place, maybe. Always path from here, see how that goes. Yeah, try that. Oh no. Just reread that and I think I'm realizing slight awkwardness with it. The lines about collision, the MP grid. Need to check how in the world that actually makes sense in your end. But one thing you can do in theory is have a line tile left, collision squares implied with that. That's the thing, is I don't want to have collision objects as my collision checking, because that just creates a lot of chaff in a world environment. Oh, there we go. They move a lot faster now. Because of the clumpiness, the avoidance is making it look very funky. They are still lining up like that. Saying tile and collision objects? Yeah. Because it is a tile map that I'm using for that, for most of the main collision. That is positioned where again? Controller enemy here. This is where I'm actually writing the grid. This is where it is, so it can be exported out as necessary. So that's the grid, but then we've got these as well to get that stuff. With the map ID. Oh, okay. So it should actually wait. So it should handle that because it's a collision line. I thought it took only object input. Does it also take thing? On an array. Ah. Yeah, that's right. If I do that... Yeah. No, I do remember that aspect. I just couldn't remember if collision line handled that thing or not, just because it's inherently, it says object. And I know that some do, some don't say, like, different things for that. It's one of those, like, mild inconsistencies that gives you a bit of a headache. But yeah, no, I do remember that. Because I do plan on having some collision object stuff at some point, like trees and yada yada. Your generic tiles, right? if they get on top of each other. Well, what I was seeing there was if they hadn't fully clumped, they tried to go backwards, which was kind of funny. But it's something that you check, right? Yeah, right now they're perfect clumped. We might need to do something about that. Can I see if they do path around walls? They should? Yep. Alright, they're pathing around walls. Ignore them spawning in walls. That is an issue that I know needed to be fixed for a very long time. It's an issue that's like popped in and out of being the case every time I rework that system, and then something like off to the side to fix it. I think at the moment it should be this, but it's not like correctly removing possible spawn locations, because I don't know if this is getting used correctly anymore. I need to fix that. They get pushed out of the wall. It's not an end of the world. It'll be one of those, I need to fix it at some point, but I want to make sure I get some of the stuff working better. Okay, so yeah, I think that's the correct location for the path trim. So now I want to make a slightly better self-collision, because pathing overrides a lot of the directional nudging that I tried to do. Because if I go to enemy parent, collision with enemy parent, and it does this shit. Which, yeah, it's a little bit of a yikes, but hey. So this gets overridden pretty heavily by the pathing. And I think if I try and increase the magnitude any, like, significantly more than this, it just creates it's damaging. Is my pathing movement relative or absolute? I think it's absolute. Because I don't believe... Let me pull it up. So this is the pathing main trigger for it all. This is pretty much where pathing is done. That's consistently what the code will look like. So this is what I'm using. What I would need to do. Because they're using a universal grid, is the thing. Last argument on path start. Oh, it is? Oh yeah, no, it is false. Yeah, yeah. I can remember where it's set. The problem with using inbuilt functions is you forget what some of the fucking things are. Because yeah, it's a pre-built grid. Maybe I should... no, that'd be dangerous. Maybe? If it was absolute, it would snap back right on path, and the thing wouldn't work. Yeah, because like that's the thing, is like it does work, but it's so minor that like you're probably not, especially at the moment because of how potent the pathing is. It's not actually going to correct correctly, like, get the mobs apart a little bit more. Again, I don't want to hard lock them apart, but I want to give them a soft thing, right? Can you see how they push off each other again? So this is the theoretical code for that. This bit there. Specifically this. Don't need to worry too much about the checks. The checks are for my own systems. But it's this stuff here. It's just a simple length direction modifier of 0.35. The problem is of you move, yeah, that's shorthand of it. So they should be nudged a little bit away, but not in an extent that, like, it's very obvious in a sense, because you don't want them, like, glitching around. Because I believe if I had it at 1, they basically teleport, and that doesn't look good. Because, yeah, it's one of those things of, again, I don't want hard lockouts, but I would like soft ones so they don't clump easily, right? Made a prototype of reverse vampire survivors. Dude, that actually, like, so there's a game that did that, and, like, I think it's a web browser game that did it, and it actually looked really fun. I genuinely think it's a cool idea, is to be like, you're playing the Horde. I feel like a lot more people would actually be really interested in playing that sort of thing. Maybe there can be a special game mode in this one day. Admittedly, there is a specific thing that I want to try and do soon-ish. If it's today or not, I don't know. Depends on how well this goes. That's going to be a system that I'm going to probably use quite universally for player-orientated AI. So AI that would assist player or replace player. And yeah, that'll be interesting. Because, like, if I get that kinda going, then I could make something like that mode. Would be funny. Because it would just basically be like the simple architecture designed for targeting, right? Setting up where they would go and ensuring that they don't go too directly into the enemy. Like, it's basically just path to a location that's kind of in front of them. If you think about it, the one character in particular that this is very obviously going to be designed for is probably holocure, right? I have been very convinced to now just try and figure out a good answer for that. Which, by the way, that is going to be a bitch to do. There is going to be so much custom code that's going to have to be put into that for the way it's going to have to go. Because, like, to give an idea, if we just pull up paint for a second so I can actually, like, draw what I'm talking about. Because it's much easier to kind of, like, have a bit of a visual when talking about this bit. So, currently, a character is a player object. The problem is, if I want to do the thing with holocure, then I'm going to have to make a secondary object that is tied to the first player and have a way of swapping who's in control. Now, there are a few ways of doing this. I do not want to just make it. It's not going to be... if we just, like, go, make two, right? So, player times 2. That's not what we can do. Because, again, this game is designed for multiplayer long-term. This is not a good idea because the player is going to be the multiplayer player object. So we don't want to be creating excessive duplication of that. Yeah. So instead, I'm going to have to make a sub-player thing. And that's going to just basically be an AI control thing that has a bunch of stuff, but I'm going to have to make, because I can use this universally, because this can be basically what a summon would be. Secretly swap them out each time you swap. What I would probably do, and this is like maybe me being fucking a bit of a lunatic, is I'm going to make a sub player. And then all I will do is have a condition on it of which character it is. Right? So it's like, is it Fuwa or Moko? Right? They'll figure that out. The EX would swap that, and also what the EX would do is it would swap your sprites. So and it would swap your locations and swap your sprites. And the fun part, like side effect of this, is that by doing that, with the camera tech we have, the camera will actually flick and drag to the location. So it will fly to where the other one is, and it won't create an excessively jarring experience because of that. So yeah, that's probably what I would do. On the previous issue, you have an idea? Go on. Yeah, so there's a chance that like I need to try and find a new magic numbers, right? What if the numbers used were just dependent on the distance between the two? So if they're on top of each other, it's like 1. But if they get... Yeah, I've considered that. I'm trying to think of a good answer for that. Because, like, there is a good way of kind of doing that, right? Which would just be... doing this and then doing a magnitude of it, right? So it'd be, let's see. Oh yeah. Use min for it. That would actually be the better way for it. So it'd be min 1. What do we divide it by then? What would it'd have to be something really small, right? To get the value? Is bigger number win further? Oh, would it need to be max? Wait. Well, no, it'd be... trying to think. Yeah. Because, yeah, the way I've done this is very kind of weird, admittedly. Yeah. Yeah, I think it has to be max now, right? Let's see what this does. Surely this can only go well. I mean, like, at the very minimum, we get to see if this is actually functioning at all. Should be able to tell that at the very least. Or if it just flicks them off the map from each other. Okay, so I think they are still getting mildly separated. Yes, they are. I think they are still getting mildly separated. Like, so the push apart is still happening. Which is the important thing, because we can at least test that this has not removed anything. How big are the slime sprites? Good question, I haven't looked in a while. Enemy sprite, SP, slimy. They're perfect collisions. I probably shouldn't have them as perfect anymore. That would make sense. But yeah, they're 36 by 36, don't ask. This sprite has been in the game. The sprite was in before Iron Mouse, if that gives an idea. And Iron Mouse was the second character done. That was back like early last year. One day I'll update the slimy sprite to be slightly higher res. Let's see. And the number is distance divided by 20. So that would be here that I'm doing that. Let's try that. I'm curious to see how this goes. Because yeah, I've done something like this a few times with doing like based on distance magnitudinal thing. I think the best example is Rambit, is that like the further away it is, the faster it is. So it just runs to the player immediately when it needs to. Yep, no, they're definitely nudging apart a fair bit more. They do feel a little slower, which has been always an interesting thing. Maybe that's, to be fair, I think that's because there's no modifier on the speed and they're getting the modifier the other times. So let's try and clump up a bunch of them. Because I'm fine with them clumping if you're like doing this. Like actively trying to clump them. Because surprise, surprise, that makes sense. Yeah, no, that actually seems like a good clustering. You can see them pushing apart a little bit, which is very interesting. Right? Makes the stack pulsate almost, which is kind of weird. God, that is looking really glitchy now, though, that I've got enough stacked up. How much have I got stacked up? We can test this very easily. We had about 200 stacked up there. Bigger number equals more spread out. Yeah, I do realize that, so that's why I'm just like... 15 seems solid. We will test the 20 to see how, like, much more that is. And then we'll play around in that sort of number range. Is probably the best bet. They definitely fight on spawn to see who gets nudged apart first. Which is something that I can fix by just, like, modifying how a spawn occurs. They do spawn on top of each other, yeah. That's something that's just, like, I can fix that. That's why I'm mainly just focusing on the clustering here, less than the spawning. Because the spawning is very much here. You can clearly tell they're just fighting each other to see who gets nudged away versus the others. If they're on top of each other, which direction do they go? So the direction should be... because of the way this sort of stuff is, technically they can't truly ever align. They will nudge... The short end is they'll just nudge away from each other in whatever direction. At default, yeah, it would just be right. If it was exact perfect, which it kind of can't be, because there is a slight delay between each spawn, so there will be like about a pixel difference, so they'll nudge apart eventually. Oh my god, look at the center of that. I think 20's too much. There's a delay. Yeah, so all spawning is put on a delay. So how much is that roughly? That was about 300 that time. So that was a bit more, but still, I think it might be a little too much. So let's just go with 17 for now. But yeah, so fun thing with the spawning, if I go up to here, here is a lot of the spawning logic, is because it's actually a batch pushing system. Because what I would do is I'm spawning every 4 seconds. Yeah, so enemies are on a 4-second spawn cycle, so every 4 seconds. That's why I refer to the fact of, like, when the game starts, it's waiting for the first 4 seconds before enemies spawn. Yes, that is a very particularly weird number, I know, but it creates a little bit of a randomization to it, that the or like a bit of a weird syncing thing that your brain can't just immediately go, oh, it's every 5 seconds, right? Oh yeah, no, that's basically what I'd do. No, 100%. Like that's pretty much what I was kind of gonna say. Is it's just that, right? So, spawn location is pushed through from here. Then we probably want to have a conditional for variance. It's not how you spell variance, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it is. Okay. So, like, for example, I could put in variance of 0 here. And then we'll have here, we can say 5. And then we can have... Can you just do minus variance? Oh, I guess you should be able to, yeah. Let's do that. I went to the old-fashioned way of doing it, where you just had to always mathematic the goddamn thing, because the keywording wouldn't work like that. Can't remember what language had me learn that way. It's been too long. But yeah, like that should basically answer it. So it means under most situations, it doesn't do anything, which we do want in some occasions, because we will want that for the set pathing, the like locked in pathing waves, where they will be like marching across the screen, for example. They're not going towards the player. Which yeah, that is an architecture we have in the game. But yeah, so this way, all enemies should spawn with a variance of whatever I say I want, right? So in this case, it should be 5. So it's a nice little random of 5 on all directions. See, I do know kind of what I'm doing. But yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Like, I definitely knew that they do need that little bit of help. So again, wait till the 4-second mark. Yep, there you go. We could even be more aggressive than 5. My hesitation of going too far with that is obviously there are spawns that are against walls, and there's already ones that are in walls we need to fix. But yeah, like that should fix the spawn clustering a little bit. Especially knowing that, yeah, with this new directional thing, it will get them pushing out. Try variance of 30. They're going to be all over the place. It'd be funny, but yeah. Let's see. Let's see. I need to set it here. 30. It's going to be fucking wild. 30 is only 1 slime of width. True. Or roughly so. I can't remember if I magnified their scaling anywhere. I might. Waiting for that 4-second marker. Maybe a little less than that, and it would probably be great, actually. Like, just a touch less. Maybe like 27. See how much I can cluster up and see if we can make it super bad again. To be fair, there could also be a stat that is tied to the enemy struct, so we can actually like better cluster them. It's gonna lag the more of them there are. Oh yeah, no, there is. I just want to see how bad it looks when it gets to a specific point. Look at the poor slimes and such in the center. They're just jibbing the hell out. They're trying their best, man. They're trying their best. The best part is they're actually looking like they're getting pushed, like, floating upward a little bit. Oh, I am feeling the game chug a little bit. Oh, it's chugging a lot. Oh, that's damage numbers mainly. Alright, let's fix this now. So that was, how many enemies was that? About 300 again. So yeah, like, it's, surprise, surprise, if you make the enemies cluster at about 300 enemies, it starts getting laggy. I mean, I don't know if there's really that much I can do about that. In a sense, that's kind of on the player at that point. I don't know. I'm gonna try something that might be weird if it works. Go on. Always curious. Instead of moving yourself when collision, what if you moved the other slimes away when it did collisions? So, if I recall correctly, I actually did used to do that. And the problem is that it does get, like, it's still going to process both of the collisions. And it's just basically going to create more events occurring on each collision. So it basically just creates more lag, and does more potency. Like, that is actually all that really does that. But it would jiggling thing not go anywhere. Yes, but it would still basically result in the same sort of outcome as what is currently the case. Like, it would probably keep, like, borders, like the ones on the border of a cluster a little bit further out than normal. But it would be more events occurring on collision events, which is the dangerous thing. I mean, I wouldn't be too adverse to trying it. Because all that would really be changed is... That should be it. I believe. There's a chance I might need to have swapped around the point direction and point distance code as well. If we're doing it this way, but I'm pretty sure by just doing the minus equals that compensates for that. Okay, now let's try and go for clumping. Interesting. No, I think it's definitely inverted. So I do think these need to swap around. Let's try it swapped. Except this will not need to be there. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Try it this way. Should fix that issue. Oh no, it's not gonna be a thing. Wait. Yeah, if I just do that, it should be fine. I was just thinking because it's on the other, I needed to do something different with it, but no, that should actually be the correct thing to do. Need to actually move, so we can try and clump. See what happens. So it's about normally a little over the 200s and to the 300s is when we see like the clumping start to get really wild. Yeah, we're still getting the wobbly center. And just to check, this should be about 200. Yep. So nothing really changed. Yeah, because, yeah, no, that's what I was saying, is like, while technically speaking, no code truly runs, at the same time under most situations, unless you are threading properly, which I believe this does thread, but yeah, point is, it's going, yeah, it will queue up the events enough to get the collisions going like that. So all that doing it that way would do is it would just create more stuff that the same code is doing. So nothing changed, except it would become more intensive because it's doing re-referencing, which is unnecessary under most situations, if you can avoid it, right? Yeah, it's when you get to a point where, like, again, there was about 200 enemies, that is a huge clustering. It would need a lot more potency to break that kind of thing apart. And go from there, right? That would be, like, the big thing. Is it would need probably this value would need to go up, and then this value would need to go up, and then some other stuff would need to change. But it's because we're working with just a nudge like this, I don't really want to. I could rewrite a similar thing as the knockback code, so it would have an escalating nudge back. But that just seems like I'm getting more and more complex and unnecessary for the sake of it, and not for a beneficial reason, right? This improvement, I think, that you've suggested is more than enough to adequately set the characters, set the enemies up for now. Again, you're not probably supposed to be clumping up about 200 enemies or more. At that point in time, you've kind of wasted a lot of time and effort. And if it's hitting about 300 enemies, then, I mean, at worst comes to worst, there is cull events. There is culling for enemies that are too far off screen, and I could reintroduce the enemy cap. Because we did used to have a cap for enemies spawning. However, we removed that after we realized that the enemies weren't as much of the lag issue as the EXP was. And the EXP has its culling events and all that sort of stuff sorted as well now. So EXP has clumping and culling. Which EXP culling and clumping is really weird. Works really nicely, but it's very weird. But yes, this path trim works quite nicely. The enemies move a lot better now. I'm very happy with that. Which also means I'm going to have to introduce a similar code to the bosses. But we won't do that right now. Trying to think of anything else I want to work on with the enemies directly at this very moment. Also, why is my model not? Okay, that was weird. Let's see. Alright, that's something on your end to try out that could be interesting for clumping, and I'll let you know once it's in. Hell yeah. Oh, definitely, thank you. That would be very much appreciated. If you do find a better answer, I'm always willing to listen. Speaking of, let's start working on a pain in the ass. So, how do we want to actually call this? Is it going to be an O summon, or is it going to just be... I'm going to call it an O summon. Because it's going to be used in a few different contexts. So there's specifically one thing that's already existing that is going to be where we get a lot of like our foundation for this, which is Rambit. So we need to look over what Rambit does and think about, kind of from that, what we need to add, potentially. Wait, is this still got this code in here? Holy shit. That is some very old code. What the fuck? I thought I removed that from most places. That was back when I was, the world was infinite. And it was actually the player player didn't move, the world moved, and everything else moved around them. To, like, create a fake infinite world. But we decided to go with maps again. So that was in there because that would be how we would export player movement. But it would just be, it wouldn't have worked if we wanted to go multiplayer. Not in a way that made sense. God damn. You can see that I wrote all of this way too quickly for my own good, is that all of this is just like a mess of a line of things and not actually correctly like separated out in the ways that I at all. I'm trying to even figure out where the fucking the correct casing is here. Holy shit. Fucking, I knew I needed to come back to Rambit one day, but this is making my brain hurt. Oh, this doesn't even use the same code as the player anymore. Okay. So, things that I know we're going to need. We're going to need, we're gonna need a movement speed. We're going to need... can and pickup equals whatever it is default of. No, it can be default of true. There we go. So movement speed, pickup. Any other values that I think we're gonna need? Not immediately. Not like these kinds of values at the very least. Okay. Step event args. So I'm probably gonna have to move away from using the alarm on Rambit to using a time source. Which is something that is kind of a little sad to have to... It's like one of the few times I use alarms anymore. Like, it's, what, some of the stuff for the enemy handling controller, and then, like, pretty much that's it now. That is the only things that really use alarms. Time sourcing is just more malleable to me. Anything else I feel like I would add on a case-by-case basis at this point. Ironically enough, I'm probably going to have to move that, pathing grid from the enemy controller at some point, because I think I'm going to use it here as well. So what I'm thinking to do, this is a step event instead of a collision between enemies. Wait, source? Is that a keyword, is it? Or... Oh, no, yeah, source is like, yeah, no, my brain completely fucking broke there. Yeah, no, I can read it there. Far distance. Yeah, but wouldn't that then basically be running a code for every enemy on all other enemies every frame? Wouldn't that get quite intensive? I think this is likely better. That's fair. I mean, we could try it. I see no reason not to try it. I will have to somehow plug in my other conditional checks. Somewhat. We can check the stun and the pathing one later. So you said, was that step event or was that end step? It's just step event. I am curious to see how this goes. Well, that is chugging something fierce. There's only 100 enemies. 150-ish. Yeah, I think that's a little bit more on the intense side. And it's not getting... It lagged more, yeah. Well, let me correct to, yeah, it lagged earlier. Or clearly lagged earlier. That's what I saw there. Also, I should re-enable this UI stuff. Because this will be helpful. Remembering that I have fucking UI debug tools. So let's have a little look what it does to the stack. Yeah, that's spiking pretty high fast. That's a very big downswing constantly. We're about to hit sub 100. Yeah. Okay, so that keeps chunking down. Whereas if we go back to the enemy parent, we take that one out, we put back this one. Yes, stop the current one running, sure. For some reason, apparently not running. Press this again, reactivate. Yeah, it is specifically the update event that's just completely dumbstruck. That's not too surprising. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those, we're technically still getting laggy, but this is taking longer to get to that point. And it's a little bit more spread out while it's getting there as well. It's a bit more spikes, less, like, constantly thing. Yeah, now it's starting to get a lot more consistent, which is not surprising because we've probably got a shitload here. Now we're sub 100. Instead of the about 150 we had before, that was about 280. Also, that spike as that shit was going on. Yeah. That debug tool, by the way, very useful. It has helped me figure out a couple of issues a few times. I think that's actually how we figured out that the EXP was the issue. From memory. That's a shame. The other way to do it could have been helpful for making big clumps work better. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Is at the end of the day, it's a difficult one because at what point do you accept the big clump? And then at what point do you go like, oh, well, look, I'm going to be honest, it's kind of your fault that the game's lagging. Right? It's this weird middle ground point, and I would like to figure out a better optimization. I really would. I think off the top of my head, I don't think I want more than like 500 enemies really kind of on the map at a time. Is probably where I sit with most of it. Because keep in mind, like, not only do we need to consider the fact that it's like, oh, we're talking about like 300-ish clumped enemies breaks the game there, but 200, 300. But it's also the aspect of so this game, again, I'll reiterate this all the way through, but this game is intended to go into a multiplayer version of itself. Like, this is set up in a way that it shouldn't be too difficult to transition it to that. However, that's kind of that point, right? It's like, not only do we want to avoid lag and have optimization, we want to avoid lag and all those issues because we don't want to affect the multiplayer in a negative fashion. Because yes, I am designing a Vampire Survivors game with goddamn multiplayer as a foundation point. Thanks, League of Legends Swarm, you really made me fucking want to make a multiplayer game. I hate it. Yes, by the way, I want it known, like, it was a very low to pretty much negligible consideration. League of Legends Swarm came out, and I'm like, damn, this is really fun with friends. It's really great on its own, but it's even more fun with friends. And as someone that completed everything in that game mode, and I mean everything, I really did enjoy it. I farmed out all of the anima levels. I farmed out getting the killing, was it final Aatrox on every single one of them? It was a nightmare. Kind of curious to see your debug profile now. I mean, I could put it on. It's not hard. I just need to switch on to debug instead of quick test, right? I use it a fair bit. I do use the profiling. Again, that's how we found it. I think that was also what contributed to finding out the EXP was the issue. For the most part, it's just draw events being rough, but you know, that's kind of normal, right? Like, if you want, let's toss this on. And give it a moment to actually pull up debug. I'll also open up the sidebar so we can actually see the debug stuff a little bit. Let it catch up before we can actually even have access to it. There we go. Okay, Maker. Come on. computer's not happy. I mean, I am being a VTuber while trying to compile and run games. Tends to not appreciate such actions lightly. No, I don't want it full screening. You just up here and over this side here, so we can see the numbers a little bit at least. So yeah, a UI draw being 26%. Ouch. Was all the UI even being drawn? There's a lot of very specific systems and checks that I have in place. It has a really, really particular architecture that creates a lot of things, and I could probably make it more efficient, but admittedly, it's one of those, like, I had a friend that did the UI for me at one point. He's pulled back from doing work on the project, which is fine, right? He's got life commitments. I have no life, so I'm fine. So I recently redid it up and rejigged it up, and now we've got this. This current UI. When I say redid it up and rejigged it up, that's an understatement. Yeah, so enemy collision is already now the highest percentage. It is currently at about 30%, which is shy of. Actually, I think my profile is just lagged out. Yeah, now it's all the way up to 40%. Yeah, there we go. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. So yes, it is the enemy collision is absolutely dumpstering the game. And then if we do this, goes from 50, and it just drops. Or I was curious about the time, how much time you based on how much of the rest of the game took. Yeah, like, in real talk, at the moment, I am unemployed and just doing streaming and working on this. So I dedicate way too many hours to working on this. And when I say that, I mean, like, I genuinely, there is a reason why I don't sleep very much. I try and do good sleep, eh? Is interpreted quite differently. Oh, whoops. Oh, you're talking about the steps. Yeah. Yeah. Holy shit, this is getting... Yeah, so we need to do something about this. This is something that, like, I think, regardless of how willing I am to accept this kind of to an extent, the fact is that this is not hard to accomplish as a player, which is not good. Something that's easy to accomplish as a player should not lag the game this much. Thing in the way holocure culls, by the way, I think is the enemies basically secretly have a lifespan. Wait, really? I kill them too fast, I normally don't notice. Is that actually the case? I mean, it would make sense, but I never thought of it like that. Like, a soft lifespan makes sense, though. Notice it when doing Iris Gold Farm runs. Oh. Interesting. That would make a lot of sense. But enemies don't stack up indefinitely. They just start poofing? Okay. So that's probably what... Okay, so there's a few ways that's done, and I'm trying to think what would be the best way. Because, like, there could just be an individual timer, right? It wouldn't be, like, too obscene to give an enemy basically just, hey, here's a value, tick down this value, when this value hits 0, die. But, like, get culled, specifically. There's also an argument to be made of when enemies are spawned, do a check. How many enemies currently exist, cull the oldest enemies. How do you check that though? I don't know if there's an easy way to check simply what object is like the oldest of the list. I guess there's arguably like what is the earliest ID, but I would feel like that's unreliable, right? Add to an array. I could. Yeah, like that is the simple answer, right? Is like if we took that approach, it would just be as simple as like here's the array, this is them slowly getting sorted out of the array, and it rotates like that way. Because yeah, that would be just a simple default. It wouldn't be intensive either. The thing is, right, and this is the weird part, technically both are low intensity. Like, in an extent. Right? Because, like, if you think about it, having a single numerator ticking down on each object isn't actually that bad per step. But yeah, it could stack up a little too high eventually. That's an interesting one. Yeah, which one would feel like the better one? Point is, enemy collision is definitely an issue. We need to do something about enemy collision because it getting to almost 2,000 call count is a little too high. Like, that's the thing that needs to be acknowledged, is this is getting that high of a value. There could be an argument to be made that it gets turned to an alarm, and all of them trigger an alarm instead, so it's not every frame, it's just a small thing, and then we raise the values. But at that point in time, all I would be trying to do at that stage is just create a buffer room for it, right? Time-based one sounds easier to implement, but the array one sounds like you have more control over the cap of how many enemies there are. Yeah. I think if I was to implement one, it would be the array. I think that would be the correct way to do it. Because that would be very similar to how I've already kind of approached the bosses anyway. So that is probably what we should just do now, right? So we go to O controller enemy, we go to its create event, and we're going to have So that's the batch array. Then we're going to make enemy just enemy array. Current enemy array? And then we go to the spawn event. Could make it a global. So the hesitation on making a global is multiplayer rationale. This is already all in the controller. I might as well just handle it in the controller. But you'd want to avoid globals when doing multiplayer because globals do not actually act as globals. They basically only act as globals on that client, right? So that is a key thing to kind of acknowledge with that. No, I understand. There's a reason why there's a very good shout that I'm actually going to delete the enemy controller object and just shift that onto the controller. Because there are two objects that are consistent in an extent between multiplayer lobbies or multiplayer games on Game Maker, which is your lobby controller and your players. So you designate what is your controller for the lobby system, your multiplayer controller, and you designate what is your player. When you do that, I'm probably just going to designate the main controller, and then that way I'm probably just going to designate... I'm going to add in a lot of the controller aspects from some of the other controllers onto that, because I might as well. Sounds like you know multiplayer stuff, I don't. I mean, it's... again, going to what I've done in my past, that is kind of what I'm, in a sense, used to. The cool thing with it is that while Game Maker has admitted that like the multiplayer that they've got is really, really scuff and needs a lot of work and they're working on it currently, it's one of the next big updates that they're going to do, which I'm excited for. The coolest part of it is its inherent rollback. Yeah, it's inherent rollback multiplayer, rollback netcode multiplayer, which is awesome. The part where you actually connect to each other. They've actually got really good documentation for it now. Like, it's really, really easy to get into. And they've got a couple of video tutorials as well now. On the official channel, and then I'm pretty sure a lot of YouTubers and stuff like that have now covered it as well. But I would say if you're wanting to dip your toes into multiplayer, I would wait until the next update for it. The next update where they are, like, when they actually do update multiplayer code. Because, again, they've said that that's going to be one of the things they're doing in the near future. They did it in a blog post, and I read through it, and yeah. No, I that's why, like, I'm happy to keep delaying any work on multiplayer more than just data positioning. Because that's one of the big things, is, like, I'm not working on multiplayer, but I'm keeping in data location while I'm doing it. Which is actually, fun fact, why the vast majority of abilities, when they would reference a player, they actually use a function to reference player 0. So almost all of them are using player target get 0 as the function for it. So it gets the player ID with 0. So it means that later on I can redo it so I don't have it as 0, I have it as whatever your player is. But yeah, no, the rollback netcode is amazing to how multiplayer works, right? So there's a lot of different ways multiplayer works. A lot of common one, like a lot of ones that people know about, I mean, it's just peer-to-peer, so it sends information to a location, from location. This person receives their data, and then they'll also do the same. Right? That is the core foundation for a lot of things. There's also server, where instead it is player, server, player, server, and it's an open connection. Well, not an open connection, but it's a connection between these, and it sends cache data between these locations. Which is how, like, theoretically, in League of Legends, you shouldn't actually know the core location of where all of the enemies are. The server does. But your client kind of knows where they theoretically should be, because the server knows exactly where they are. Which is a cool thing to kind of keep in mind. That's where, like, a lot of the hacking comes in, right? But we're not going to get into hacking, we're just talking about the general stuff. So what rollback netcode does is a really interesting system, and I fucking love it, right? So this was, for fighting games, was the main thing. What would happen is, like, let's think about things. You don't want to be sending a package of data every frame, right? Because that just becomes excessively intensive. I do not want to send my HP and my position every frame. Those are two things that are really, really intensive and unnecessary. But they're ones that you will send 100% of the time. Another one is inputs. The problem with a lot of this is when it comes to lag. What happens when it lags is that this package takes longer, so on your end, you are, say, jump kicking with your character, the other person into the air, right? Whereas on their end, they've, say, parried it. And now there's a desync. And now the game needs to figure out who takes priority. Normally it will be a host of the two, and say it will be this person, and so this person will have parried, the parry starts going off, and then they just go flying. And nothing happens. If you're into yeah, no, that's the. I think that's actually a great example as well. Is like, if person 1 killed player 2, but it was on their end, but on player 2 end, player 2 killed player 1, and like obviously this one survives and this one survives on their relative end. When these pieces of information come together, this is going to create a really weird case scenario where it doesn't know who won. And it might come up with a draw, and then that will be extremely unsatisfactory for each player. Rollback netcode, which is amazing, is a really shitty AI kind of idea, where it will basically look at the lists of inputs a player can do at any given moment, and it will, based on what kind of has happened in the last few frames, or since the last package was received, guess what would be done. Which is great, because if you think about this kick thing that we just talked about, if I press the input button for a kick, it's going to predictively figure out I'm going to move forward and upwards with my positional data with that action, and then it will predictively make this. If it's not true, it will roll it back just a little bit, and this is why you're still going to be sending it every, like, maybe half second to a second. Probably faster than a second, though I would not recommend a second. for some data, especially input data. But like that kind of idea. So it means that if you're half a second or a second behind, theoretically the game can help compensate for it. That is the thing that rollback netcode does for multiplayer, and this is why it's very important and why a lot of people are requesting it being added to a lot more games in general. Specifically, fighting games are the big one. Any fighting game in the modern day that comes out and does not have rollback netcode is inherently going to have a lot of negativity from its community, just because of how much that's going to affect the gameplay experience. One big example of this was there was a game that came out and it had horrendous server issues when it came out. I remember because I stayed up till midnight to play it when I had work at like 4 a.m. the next day, 4 or 5 a.m., which was Absolver, if anyone knows that game. And I believe that game did not have rollback netcode. So, what that game was a multiplayer kind of like open-ish world martial art game where you could learn martial arts, go around the place and fight people and fight bosses. And it was really cool. It was really interesting. Our problem was, like I said, the servers were god-awful. It took us like almost half an hour to even get in, and it was excessively laggy when we did. And then the worst part was the best martial art in the game was the Drunken Brawler, because it was the most variable and wild one, because it also meant that you had weird dodge things for it, and because its attacks were so sudden, they would lag and hit you all the time. It was horrendous, because you basically had to fight everyone to try and get the Drunken Brawler style, and once you had it, it just became a fight of who could lag into the hits better than the other. And as someone that actually did martial arts and did learn Drunken Brawler style, it pissed me off something fierce. It just became an extremely unpleasant game to play. So I'm not even kidding, I don't think I played it ever again since that point. Actually, let's look. Absolver. There it is. I played a total of 12 hours. Yeah, so I think I played till I needed to go to work, came back, played it again, and just never played it again. Yeah. September 5th, 2017. That was back probably when I played it. Yeah, no, so I didn't keep playing this game. I wanted to, I really did. But it failed it failed launch, which is a really damning thing for a multiplayer game. And simply put, they just didn't do enough early. It was a game that definitely would have benefited from like some better testing and stuff to know what their servers could handle. Like, we've seen in recent times a lot of multiplayer games on large-scale companies fail miserably because they didn't do, like, an alpha or a beta run. And if they do, they also still didn't, like, prepare in advance good, like, systems to scale, right? Do enemies currently spawn at distance from the player? So, enemies spawn, theoretically, they should be spawning at a location of an arrayed list. in an area. So they will have a cascading thing, so they'll try and spawn a bit further away from the player, and it will progressively keep rotating around to like get a little bit further away, but it tries to keep it as close as it kinda can. So it creates a variance of distance. They do not spawn on the edges of the screen, no. They spawn in things around the player. Yeah, so here we go. Find way to so it's like it's trying to basically find a coordinates based on the list of entries of locations that it can spawn, which is the problem, is I don't think I've set that up correctly. I realize that if it's multiplayer, that affects how enemies spawn, since they need to not spawn on any player. Well, no, it's because they spawn near players. It is targeting a player for its spawning theory. Because it's trying to find nearest coordinates, and I believe spawn target X is set by a random player. Spawns near me, but on top of you. True. That is a good point. There is a chance of that occurring. So it's more complicated than single player spawning. Probably what I would do to that is I would just probably create a buffer zone around all players to just negate that occurring. So it would just basically take in consideration all players when doing the calculation. Which I would have to find a good way to optimize that, because that's something that could get concerning quickly. Because keeping in mind, like, we spawn very weirdly. Again, it's spawn in a processing batch system, so it will push enemies through as much as it can and put them further and further back. So it means that not all of them are spawning at once, because when we did that, every 4 seconds the game would lag when it spawned enemies, especially the more enemies I would spawn. But yeah, this system means that spawning doesn't lag. It just means that, yeah, no, at the moment what you said is true. The theory behind this, by the way, is this is actually pulled again from the League of Legends Swarm event, is that, technically speaking, a player could be here, and they could be against the wall, and enemies could spawn, preferably they would spawn here, here, and like here to get to you, but they could spawn here, which means that they would spawn right on top of you and just immediately jump and deal damage. So it meant that you actually needed to be kind of smart and not position yourself poorly. You could get backed into a corner and the corner would kill you much, much easier that way. Since I'm doing a structured map, I can do the same sort of theory, but also add in the clauses that I would need to keep you safe. So yeah, that's the general idea. I do probably will, like, overall this might not be a good system, but it is a system that I like. It does mean that there's so much more variance with it, so the player actually needs to, like, regardless of anything, a build that would require not taking damage, which there is one in particular, becomes less guaranteed and there's more risk. It's still doable, and so it's still very, very doable because the enemies cannot spawn right on top of you. But it makes it so it's, you need to make sure you're paying attention if you're playing a build like that. It's not just, I get a free win scenario. Because I don't think that's a good way to do it. But yes, originally we did have it as off-screen spawning, so it would just be edges of screen. And then I thought about it more, and I'm like, well, if I was to have multiple players, I would then just make a border zone for all of their screens, and basically say, don't spawn here, spawn outside of all of this. And then I was like, eh. And then Swarm came along and showed me you could spawn on top of the player, and it'd still be kind of fun and interesting. And I was like, you know what? Let's do that. So yeah, that is that's the weirdness of my brain for that one. Ugh. Okay, how would I make this rampant then? So did we even finish the array thing, or did we get distracted? We definitely got distracted. I forgot what I was working on admittedly there, yep. Where was I? So it'd be here. Current enemy array. Oh, it's Nick. Current enemy array. Value ID. And then if I'm gonna target this specifically because this means that I'm not targeting like bosses or summons from bosses or anything like that. That's the main thing. Also means that theoretically, I believe this does that. So that should be fine. But there's a couple of things I'm going to check. Shouldn't you just not add bosses to the system? Well, I mean, it's not added to the system. Bosses spawn very differently, so this means that this will never push in, so I can just check for the array length instead of checking for enemies. So that will mean that we're checking for the array length, not checking for the amount of IDs and stuff like that. Should theoretically be just simple with it. It's not really much of an overall optimization, but it should just be like a soft one for ensuring that we're not like looking for those summons and stuff like that. And that like if something summons a shitload, it's not going to affect this list too much. The best part is we can fuck with this number very easily though, right? So if we still go like, oh well, if something does summon a lot of summons, it becomes laggy, it's like, well cool, we can pull this number down a bit then. Because let's be honest, 300 is a lot of enemies. So it makes sense to kind of cull them out a little bit. So now it's more than your thing can handle right now, right? It's about where it starts getting problematic if you're actively grouping them. But the consideration of that as well is that there's enemies around, right? I could probably put it down less, but we'll leave it for this for now. Because I want to just be able to like set up the code in my head, because I'm trying to figure out how I want to approach the culling. Because it's enemy cull. Oops. Enemy cull unit target. Cool. Alright, so that is the code, and then I believe target is just an ID? Or is it an array? Yeah, it's just an ID. Cool. So, what I'm gonna need to do is I'm going to... How do I do this in the best way for garbage collection? Array shift. How's this run again? It's independent. Does it return? Does it return? Yeah. Unless I'm misunderstanding something. What's your goal at the moment? So the goal is... Let me think about this before I commit to saying it too much. So the goal is to basically get the enemies at the beginning of the array. Once we know that there's too many. Grab the amount equivalent to the reduction that we would need, and push them out of that, or like rip them out of that array, and put them into a sub-array temporarily for garbage collection reasoning. Cull them, and then that way it will just delete nicely at the end. We don't need to worry anything further. That's why I'm using array copy here. saying you want to toss a bunch at once instead of individually deleting each one. Well, technically it would be individually deleting each one, but it's just going to basically remove when necessary. It will remove the top end when necessary. So this could potentially only remove one, or it could remove like 5, or more than that. We don't know. The main point of it is, though, is that it's unlikely you will notice it. But don't enemies spawn one at a time? How would it remove 5? So it would... So this is part of the queuing. What we've got here. This is part of the batch. So what this would do is it would mean that as we're batch summoning, we're culling. So technically, yeah, it would be spawned one at a time. So it would remove one as it would go, but like what happens if the batch of 5 enemies or whatever supersedes the number by already, it would remove that 5 as it needs to. But it does mean that like if a situation arises where it removes a lot at once, or adds a lot at once, this can be added in effectively as well in those cases. It's a safety net. Oh, no, I need to use a new one. J... K. When you gotta remove one thing from it. Yes, I'm not gonna fully disagree, but it means that the garbage collection for this is super easy. Because now I can then do... Because we do this and that's done. Well, obviously I need to do this, but yeah. So... there is an argument to be made. I could just choose not to do it this way, and I could just do it from that array and then delete afterwards. But by doing this, this array gets deleted the moment we come out of the scope. So I don't need to do further garbage collection from that. Because yeah, it's a temporary variable, so it runs out of scope. And it means that we potentially don't have any situations of chase code as well. That's the big thing. Because what happens if this starts occurring and then another piece of code like this starts occurring as well? If it's just one enemy, it's just enemy cull unit array shift array. The current enemy. Yeah, I was about to say it's like. Does array shift return that variable? What's array shift's return? It removes it and returns it. Okay. I mean, then at that point, yeah, that's probably a very valid argument. So then it would instead be... Yeah, so it wouldn't need to be the array copy then, if I could use the unshift like that. So it would then be instead, I mean, it wouldn't even need to be a for loop, but we'll fix that in a second. But just, is it value 1 that I need for it? Oh no, I've got it as unshift, whoops. That's why I was confused for a second there. I was like, wait a minute. Shouldn't need a value, I don't think, for that. What's array unshift? Array unshift is the other way around, and it's a custom one that I made. I'm pretty sure, right? Array unshift. Yep. It's one that I wrote up quickly at one point. Add a variable to the front of an array. So like array insert, yes, but lightweight. And a very weird thing for it. Look, I'm not gonna get into the nitty gritty for it, I'll be honest. I remember how I did this though. It was very necessary for something. Let's see. Yeah, it's necessary for enemy. Where is it? Yeah, this bit here. With the way I do effects. And res stuff. I remember it being necessary here for a little while. What makes it a little more lightweight? I wish I wrote that down, honestly. I remember it being just better to run, though. Under most situations. I mean, it's just a very, very niche code that doesn't have to, like, search the array in any way. It just pushes it into that beginning bit and shifts it completely. So, in a sense, it is just an insert, but it's, like, slightly... It has less things that it needs to check for. That's why it's a little bit more lightweight, if I'm recalling correctly. So this, instead of a for loop, could probably just be a... Could also be a while loop. I mean, that would remove the if from it. Have it as a do while. Or just while, I guess, technically. Yeah, I might as well. Because it would just literally be, that. That's all that changes. It's like I said, it's just that's the way to remove the if statement. That's all it would do. Yeah, no, that's better. Less checks means normally faster code. Just means that there's more error potential, but this one doesn't really have error potential. Let's see what happens when we launch this. Actually, no. You know what we're going to do? We're not going to launch it with 300. We're going to launch this with 150. Because it's going to be really obvious if we have 150. That's the main thing. We want it to be obvious right now that it's working. If I do this, it shouldn't be more than 150. Yep, no, that was 135. Okay, leave run, let's start again so I can get the numbers easy. But easily known how many there are, that would be a good thing to do, yes. I'm not disagreeing in the slightest. In fact, I should just straight up do that, but I'm lazy. And adding in a draw like that to the way I've got the UI is just a bitch. Like, the fact is, most of this current in-game UI here for the stuff is the legacy stuff from what my mate made. With the assets that I gave him. Some of it's been tweaked, but some of it's still kind of the positional data and general stuff, right? Yeah, no, I know. It's the problem of where it would need to like be located to not cause a like a weird error. Trust me, it's the problem with code like that is it starts becoming quite fragile. Okay. The FPS is fairly stable around the 150 marker. So I believe we're hitting the stable number, so let's just do an insta-kill. 100, yep. So it's not going above that 150 marker. And it is stabilizing on it. Okay, cool. So technically the thing to do at this stage would be to start playing around with this number and trying to find what is the most optimal number for it. I'm going to leave it at 300 because I'm lazy. It is less than 300 though. Like 100% it is less than 300 with the current systems. There is an argument to be made that if I change how the collision system works, then that number can go drastically up, because that is the thing that is currently lagging with enemies. But this should keep things in check somewhat. That was the important thing. Haven't been able to stop playing Slay the Spire help? No. That sounds great. Sounds like me and Magic the Gathering. Slay the Spire is a good game. It's better as well because you've got mods eventually that you're going to have to go down that pathway and you get completely fucked with that. Silly spaghetti idea. In any given step, each collision makes future collisions push further. See, that was kind of what I was thinking. So that's what I was meaning by the escalation. So what I'd probably do if I was to take that kind of idea in is in the step events. Is it in the step event? Where do I handle that now? Because I moved it around a few times. Knockback. Knockback. That's what we're looking for. So is that the place where it's handled? Yes. Process enemy knockback. So this is kind of the theory of what it would be. Something along these sorts of lines. Whereas basically it checks with the ID, do you have knockback distance, and then it will exit out. Ironically enough, what this does is it soft exits the pathing to knock back the enemy to enforce that it will actually just get that, and it will do the necessary stuff around that. What I would do is just, instead of having it exit the path, as you said, it would probably be a ramping value to ensure that it keeps pushing, eventually getting away from it. But it would probably need a value of pushing per target that's pushing against it. And then it would need to figure out, like, some stuff around that. There's potential complications there. So which is the best character from the three I've unlocked? The warrior is the most fun, the hunter sucks, the most of it. So the silent is really, really specific how they play. They are all about random bullshit go is the main ways to play them. You want really low cost, really, really constant playing is what you want with Silent a lot of the time. Or you want to go super tanky. I'm gonna be honest, the best in my eyes is the, I can't remember what their name is. Is it the automaton, I think is what they're called. But that one's the, that's the one that I really like the most. The one with the orbs. The Watcher sucks ass most of the time, especially like one of their builds. It's really sad. Defect, thank you. Defect, that was the one that I was trying to remember. But yeah, no, Silent is good, but they are very combo intensive. Those balls of energy really hurt. No, the best way to play the Defect, in my opinion, is to have like a wild ass fucking armor build. Because you can like just infinite armor scale if you get the stuff going. The other thing I will say about Slay the Spire, and this is the same with all card games technically, and people misunderstand this, the less cards in your deck, the better. Because it means that you get the card that you want more often. You pick up every claw you see, or you do that and one-shot everything, yes. Again, that goes to that whole idea of like, same as the Silent, right? Like, almost all the characters have every way of playing them available to them. Some just do it a little bit better. But like, Ice build's really fun. Arcane build's really, really fun. And Lightning build does have its cool things to it as well on the Defect. Again, it is down to how you feel like playing. I just like the Ice build because if you get that one card, that means that you, what is it? Like, your armor carries over. I think it's Reinforce is the term for it. The term for the effect. If you get Reinforce, it is so nice. Consistency, of course. At this point, the furthest I've made is the third boss. Barricade? I think that's the card name, because it gives, I think the term is Reinforce, right? Or is it Artifact? No, Artifact's the other one. That's the status effect nullification. It's been a little bit of time. I apologize. But like, that sort of spell. If you get that sort of spell for the Defect, you just basically win the game. Because you just ice, spam out your shit to get more block to draw cards. Because there's, I believe one of the main cards you have is Invoke Ice, draw 1. Right? Barricade is Ironclad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's one that you can get for the Defect, though. No? I mean, technically you could get Defect cards, get Ironclad cards if you're doing the is it the weekly run or whatever? Thank you for convincing me to download the game. You're welcome. It's a great game. It really is. Might mean the Relic? Potentially. I'm sure there's a card for it, though. I'm sure there's another one that's not just Barricade. Because, like, I know there's, to be fair, I'm gonna be honest, especially if you're invoking correctly, or if you have, like, multiple invoke slots and shit, and have, like, Arcane and Ice, was it Invoke Ice draw, you pretty much can just have a shitload of them per turn. Blue, which is not drop off for one round. Yeah, but then doesn't it also mean you can't generate for the turn after that? I believe is how that one works. Love that stuff, yeah. Doesn't have an inherent way to keep their block? Probably then. I will openly admit there is a chance I am like remembering things weirdly because I haven't touched that game in a good bit. To my own fault. I should. I really should. But yeah, no, like overall, I think Defect was my favorite. Silent was a fun one to play sometimes, but I'm gonna be honest, I very rarely got to the final boss with the Silent in comparison, just because their builds tend to, unless you hit like that one or two thing. Yeah, no, like Time Eater, right? Like Time Eater is like, okay, cool, I've lost. I just can't play. That's just how it is. But yeah, like the silent build is really good up until like level 3, unless you hit like the really good scaling for it. Feels like a punishment to player. Again, it's all of them have multiple styles, but some of them are like very specifically attuned to certain things. I like the silent because of the random bullshit go, but if you're not ready for that, it's pretty rough. Because the idea of the silent typically is instances of damage and amping instances of damage. Stuck on a hand limit of 2. What? Wait. What card does that? I would never run that card if that's the case. Sounds awful. Oh, you're talking about Time Eater? Yeah. No. I understand now. Yeah. But like that's that idea though, right? Is like outside of the Time Eater, I do not really have many issues that I see with how the silent plays out. You just need to stack low cost cards and spam out a bunch of draw and damage. It's low damage, and then you try and amplify that via powers and via relics and scale like that way. Just the difference with the silent versus like the ironclad. The ironclad just kind of can face roll a bit more straightforwardly. Again, the ironclads are great like class to learn core mechanics of it. Silent requires you to kind of understand deck building a lot more, and then defect kind of needs you to really, to win with the defect, you kind of need to understand enemies a little bit. There's a reason why the Ironclad's starting class. Yeah, no, they did a great job at like designing them well. Watcher is absolutely just like, outside of 1 or 2 builds, garbage. And I will stand by this to the end of days. You cannot convince me of this otherwise. Because it's just how that is, right? And it's not me to say, like, it was, like, purely a bad design, but it was just, it really isn't as good to play out as the others have been in a lot of ways. And it's... So, every class has its peak fantasy, right? Watcher, which one is that? It's the 4th one. The 4th character, the blue girl. I believe at the top end of skill level, Watcher actually has the highest win rate. I would say it's either the Watcher or the Defect are the top. I would argue of play rate to win rate, Defect is just significantly better though. But the Watcher is like... So what I was going to say is like every character has a fantasy, their peak fantasy. Ironclad is like demon form into this, into that, into all of the things, so you get a gazillion strength and one-shot everything. That's pretty much the most powerful Ironclad build you get. For the Silent, it again is the... when you cast, you get thing, and then you cast a gazillion shivs in a turn, and you just win. For Defect, it is like a perfect combination of all of the orbs, cycling between them and basically creating an infinite combo. For the Watcher, theirs is just so beyond, like, the realm of existing that their peak combo literally doesn't get played. because it's just that bad. Like, you don't play for it because it's just not fun. And if you fail it in any way, you actually just kill yourself. Mantra cards kind of suck. Kind of the point, right? That's what I mean. Is there specifically the, what is the one that's literally you get, like, this power for through 2 turns and you actually then just lose the game? Do the mods add new characters? Yep, they can. They can also add new relics. They can add new fights. They can completely shift how the game runs. All sorts. No, it's 1 turn. Blasphemy? Okay, yeah, it was 1 turn. Sorry. Yeah, no, Blasphemy is... Yeah, into Divinity. Divinity stance is actually just horrendously bad because the fantasy behind it is just not there. It is so hard to get a build that actually uses Divinity well that just you couldn't do something else. Any mods you recommend? There is is it Downfall is the name of it? Is an official mod. Literally it was designed as a DLC for the game, but they didn't want to do a DLC. That is, so it is a full dev interaction with it. You play as the bosses, and you fight the players. And they are really fucking cool. They did an amazing, amazing job with that one. It's a really cool mod. Highly, highly recommend it. That's insane. Yeah. It was their proving of like how much you could do with a mod, in a sense. There's all sorts of other ones. There's ones where like you can play as League of Legends characters. You can play as Toho characters. You can play as John from accounting. Literally average human John from accounting, and he has a gun and taxes. Like, yeah. I love it. The mods are really, really... Dude, there's literally the car from Tokyo Drift as one, and you actually can like drift with it as one of the things, so you get drift tokens, and you get like acceleration tokens and all sorts of stuff. It's a really cool one. There's also ones where like completely revamps it so you have summons, and you summon things and they fight for you and they take damage for you instead of you. There's so many cool things. Can I play as John Elden Ring? Oh my god. I didn't expect an RT reference today, what the fuck? I love it. I need to watch his new video. He posted a fucking Legends of Zelda one, and I need to watch that. It was like yesterday, and it's like 2 hours long. So, I didn't get the time to watch it. It'll be later. I like John Elden Ring. That's fair. I mean, that's the benefit of it all as well. You could make John Elden Ring. But yeah, no, Slay the Spire is phenomenal for a lot of this stuff. This is why, like, the card game that I am designing in the background is so heavily influenced by the idea of getting the mods in, kind of like that. She's hooked with the Silent. Dude, Silent's great. Like, Silent, don't get me wrong, not everyone enjoys the Silent, but those that enjoy the Silent really like the Silent. The benefit, I think, that the defect will always have in my eyes is that they take the best parts of the Silent and the Ironclad and do them slightly weaker, but give them both to you. The defect gives you so much diversity on builds that you could do an ice build, you could do an arcane build, you can do all sorts. There's also, I think there's a couple of other builds that I, like there's the chromatic build, obviously there's a lightning build, all sorts of stuff, and yes, there is the claw build. I will not deny the claw build. The claw build is insane. It's very depressing. Powers, yeah, there's, like, that's the best part is I would argue, I just remembered the powers build. The one where it's like you get the thing every time. big deck defect, yeah. Like, defect has, I would argue, some of the best range of builds you can do. Claw build, how do you even get that? So there is a spell that is a zero cost deal, I think 2? Is it 2 inherently? I think it's 2 inherently. And it's just deal 2. That's it. However, there is also ways to ramp the damage that all of your claws do for the rest of your, the run. Yeah, 3 damage plus 2 per claw used. And it's cards that have claw, specifically. This is a very important one. Because then there's other cards that have, like, is a claw special one that's like deal cost 0 if this condition is met. Then there's one where it's draw all of your 0 cost cards. Then there's this one and that one. Basically, the idea is if you get like the 4 key cards for that and then reduce your deck enough, you insta-gib the entire thing. It is absolutely obscene. It's very, very funny. It's not hard to get, like, enough burst from that deck to, like, easily deal hundreds of damage in a turn. And the best part is you can split that damage pretty effectively. So it's good into single target and it's good into multi-target. Like, I have consistently, when I've done a claw build, back when, killed, what is it? What is the boss that switches forms into the defensive and then the offensive modes? Like that one? That is one that I've consistently one-shot. Right? So that's always an important one. But that did require me being a little bit on the lucky side. Again, I tend not to go into a run with a build in mind. I just tend to see what the first few cards are and then go from there. Which I feel like is the organic way to play, right? The fun way to play is to definitely chase the highlight builds. If you're doing that, I would always recommend potentially looking up I'm sure there's probably a Reddit for it where it is basically, because you can get seeds for your runs, which means that you have better chance, like you have, because fun fact, every run in Slay the Spire is a seeded run. The run is preset what is going to be available in terms of its RNG. This is how RNG works in video games. Because it's seeded, what you can do is you can actually look up those seeds and go from there. And basically people have made automated systems to check for seeds to try and find the most fun and silly and most broken seeds possible. And that's the best part. Every fight is seeded too. Yeah, no, everything in the run is theoretically seeded off that original seed. So if you have the run seed, you can redo the run. So if you had a run that you really, really liked, but just knew you misplayed a little bit, you should try and see if you get the seed of that run quickly, so you can retry it. And just repeat all of the processes if you must. There are some that are just really stupid, though, and are really fun. Like, there are some that have led to very, very stupid builds that would just not be possible otherwise. And it can be a nice highlight moment if you're having a long day and not having runs that you're doing well. Go look up one of those really stupid ones and have fun. I've said the word seed so much in the last, 5 minutes. God damn it. God damn it. What card should I get to increase focus? I feel like the ice build needs a lot of focus to work. No, not really. Like, the best part of the ice build in my eyes is just like if you can get a little bit of like mana, it's solid, or cost reduction. One of those two do get it quite far. That's why like Arcane Orb, I believe it is, goes quite well into that that composition for it. But for the most part, it's the one where it's like, I think, is it Invoke Ice once or Invoke Ice twice and draw one? That card is the card you want to kind of play around. Because you have that, and then you have like maybe one damage orb. I think, is it Dark Orb or something like that? That can be a good one. Or you, is it Convoke? Which is like you re-invoke the thing that you activate your current one and re-invoke it, or something like that. Which is really nice. It's a good lot of things. There's a lot of silliness with it. A lot of different ways to play it at as well. But I liked that build in particular just because I like getting a Jazillion armor and then getting a Jazillion like thorns or something like that as well, and kind of sitting there and, you know, watching the enemies break themselves upon me. Break yourself upon my body. Sort of idea, right? Where is... It's not in here, is it? I feel like your productivity is dropping. So this is actually why I like doing the streams. I don't mind productivity during streams dropping, because realistically, even while I'm talking, there is a very good shout that I'm thinking about something as well. So overall, I'm never really taking a true dip to my productivity. However, if I actually really wanted to work, I just leave that to out of stream time. That's the reason why like amazing things have gotten done off stream. Just make up for it by having useful ideas. You know, that's a good point. Maybe I should request that from now on. There it is. Yes, here we go. Here, by the way, is an example of what I was talking about, where it's like target the player target get 0. This is just checking for that, like specifically the main player at the moment. But I will do some stuff to change that in the future when we start introducing multiplayer systems further. Now, what is player target get 0? It is literally just this code here, which is get an index, and then it will go through the instances of player and try and find the player ID with that one and return that. And that's it. Because player ID is the value inherently put in by Game Maker when you set a player object. A multiplayer object. So that is, host will be 0, and then everyone that joins will be the next number along the tree. So 1, 2, 3, yada yada yada. Why not get it once and thing? Uh, mix things on that one, right? Because there is a few different ways, but I do agree there is an argument to be made, like for this one, technically, an example, the player health one. Yeah, I probably should just get a temp variable for it, because it would be less reference. I mean, technically I could just have it as a with of the thing, and then just do it that way, because then it's only doing a singular reference and doing it over a call. Yeah. Yeah, see, you also came to that sort of idea. Yeah, no, that would probably be the correct thing, because again, the way GameMaker works with that sort of object pointering system sucks ass, and I stand by my statement of the day that GameMaker actually lets me use pointers correctly, then the world's ended. I can do everything. I become all powerful. But it won't do that probably ever. Probably not. Why does it affect all players with some of them? Lazy code. There is a reason. I remember I wrote it particularly, but I can't remember the thing. I think there was, I think it was an error check related thing, and I never reverted doing it correctly. Because yes, there is an argument that it should just be... That's what it should be. Also, please tell me you're not going to ask me why I'm doing the movement speed like this. I feel like it's obvious, but maybe it's not, actually. Basically ensures that you'll never go under a very specific value of movement speed. You can't go negative. If I want you to not move, I will do something completely different. Return thing. Oh, you know, there's a point. That is a point. That is a very valid point, actually, now that you kind of point that out. I forget that this has a max system like that. Ah! I forget max and min a lot in GameMaker. I don't know if it's obvious. Yep, there we go. And I should do the same with the health on that as well. God damn it. Don't ask, by the way, for some reason I decided to make sure I actually had the ID for this one, and not for some of the others. I don't know, sometimes you're thinking one thing and it's fucking 5 AM or 3 AM or whatever, and you're like, I'm gonna write this. And then you forget why you wrote it. It's that whole idea of like, when I wrote this code, only I and God understood it. And now, only God knows. Did you use it anywhere where a different ID? Maybe that's why. I think it's because the fact is I eventually have to do this, or I have to approach how I do a lot of these values differently anyway. So one of the things I'm going to probably... Yeah, like, I think it was just because I knew I have to do this eventually to all of them. So I did this at the time, and I just didn't do it to the rest. Because that was when I wrote that, right? Because yes, it is 100% the correct thing to do is to actually have all of these ID'd set. Like, that is the correct thing to be doing with these. Then I'm just going to have a way of pulling which player you are a very nice and consistent way. Because I'm going to just basically have this, but I'm going to have to, like... I'm going to have to save the index somewhere and figure out how I'm pulling it. Ugh. Anyway. One day I'll go through and actually correctly alter this code and clean it up in all the ways it needs to be cleaned. One day. Alright, so I think that's the core thing for the summon. Refactoring eternally the task of tomorrow, exactly. Never underestimate the ability to just not want to do jack shit as a fucking developer. We try and find our ways to do things as simply as possible and as efficiently as possible, but one of those comes first. The problem is, sometimes that results in bugs, nonetheless. Ayo, Hatsune Miku has been confirmed for Fortnite next year. Damn. That, I'm not even kidding, is actually how you would probably get me into Fortnite. Fuck. No, I don't like this. I don't like this. Sorry. Alright, where are we at? Script to execute, that's still a thing. Yeah. I still use it. Don't you just like... Yes, that is also a valid way of approaching it. Like, completely. I'm not gonna deny that. I think that there is a reason I do it this way, and I can't remember. But I do use like the just typical other dot func with the things on it a lot of the time. This one's code from my friend. And this code is like the lazy man's answer for a lot of things. And when I say lazy man, yeah. Yeah. I should probably go and sit down at some point and figure out a better system than this. This is kind of funny. It works as well. That's some old concept. To be fair, he gave me this code 2 years ago. And it was old then. It works like doing multiplication by adding works. Exactly. Exactly. It functions as intended. It just does. Yeah. It's because I believe GameMaker doesn't have a great way of passing in that sort of argumentative structure, and this just means that it's easy to pass in arguments for pieces of code that you do different ways. Like, could you just make it so the only variable is an array and pass through the array and then correctly attribute the array with that function and all that and manage it that way? Sure, I guess that works, but this means that you can actually have them denoted in the correct manner, so you can work with it a bit easier instead of making another function to then denote it again. I don't know, it just works. It works. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But yeah. Could you give me an example where this makes more sense? What do you mean? Do you mean like where, It's because, like, what I mean by that simply is if I've got, like, the function here and I actually can read the function. Obviously, you can't read this function right now. I could hover over it and see the arguments that I'd need to pass through a bit easier. It's just a nice, simple automation for it. It's just, there could be better. There could be a lot better ways of doing this. I mean, fuck, there's some cases where I literally don't even write the things in and I just tell it argument 0 and argument 1 and all that sort of stuff. And that always worked as well. There's a lot of different ways to approach this sort of stuff. This was just a very old-fashioned way that I was used to. Back when odd and even was a bit more of a pain in the ass to get. Back when we didn't know about modding, goddammit. The good old days. The good old days. Fun fact, when I was working, there was actually a portion of time where what we would do to figure out if it was even or odd was we genuinely... I believe there's better ways to do this. I think you can just mod now for finding this kind of answer. But for the longest time, a good chunk of our code was the old value divided by 2. And then if var had a 0.5. And that was one of the painfulest things. I'm back, no ice cards, died on first boss, best run ever. Yeah, it's basically what Slay the Spire is. But yeah, like there was, that's how we did a lot of our checking for that. Was what we would do is just, yeah, like we would, what is it? You find the decimal point, you rip out everything that's in front of it, and you would just figure out, or actually, no, correction. You would find out if there was a decimal point at all on the integer. Not integer float, sorry, because it's an integer, no, yeah. And then, no, we're not doing the case 0 return true, case 0 return false. I had someone try and do that, and the worst part is I caught them very late into it. They were already in the 50s when I found out that they had been trying to do it that way. And I came past, and they go wave me down and say, hey, is there a better way of doing this? And I just actually got IRL fucking stunned. Like, genuinely, like, CC hit hard that time. You could have, honestly, a fucking Malphite into a Yasuo ultimate, into an Orianna ultimate, into a fucking Leona ult, stunned for less than what I had in that moment. Motherfucker, like, I was just sitting there like, how far did you expect to have to go check? And he's like, oh, I mean, I needed to go into the few thousands. And I'm like, no, alright, we're good. If you were going to tell me you needed to go to 60, I was just going to leave it and just not bother. But the fact that you need to go that far and you're just like spent an hour or two on this shit already, I'm gonna show you something that you're gonna do right this fucking moment. I was gonna have a fucking aneurysm. Last a Morgana shield. Yeah, you don't really have a Morgana shield for someone being that dumb though. It's like having a Janna and her only shielding herself in lane, even while you're the one that's actually fighting and taking the damage. It's just like, hang on, what? While value is greater than 1, value minus 2, return value equal. Why? As fucking rare, we're gonna go like, hey, you need a sorting algorithm? I've got you. BOGO sort. Wanna see the game fucking explode your PC? Oh my god. I still remember when we were doing sorting algorithm stuff for my uni stuff recently, last year. We had to do the different sorting algorithms, and we had to make a program with all of them in it. The problem was the lecturer said way too late to people, hey, by the way, when you get to the BOGO sort one, make sure you give it a hard cap because you don't want to actually brick your PC. So guess how many students managed to... I swear to God. Macro tree. Oh no. No. Oh, that actually... No, it was more funny because it was a lot of the students in person as well, so they bricked the university's computers. Which were designed specifically with this shit in mind. And it's really funny as well because you could see on the call that we were on for it, the people online as well, who did it because you saw a shitload of people disconnect all of a sudden. Or like those that didn't disconnect their camera would just lag. Because they didn't, like, those people at least were smart enough to add a capping point of, like, how many processes per frame. Because they actually capped the frame rate for it. I, on the other hand, not only kept the frame rate, but I limited it to only so many iterations. And the lecturer was like, okay, this person's posted the code to do the thing correctly. People do this, please. So you don't actually crash your computer. Like, one student, I believe, actually blue screened off of it, which fucking made me laugh way too much. Because apparently they hadn't done any of the, like, security measures that you would need to do to ensure that, like, their console wouldn't, like, actually just break. They were running it with full admin power. And, like, no restrictions. Which I was more impressed that they put that in for some fucking unknown reason. Fun fact, Vedal Detgam, I need an easy fake code to generate, so when you do code, it literally just keeps adding more cases to an is-even function. You're a creature, you know? I love that, but I hate it so much. Oh. That's actually mildly foul. But yeah, no, in my time with programming and stuff, I have seen some of the best code in my life and have seen some of the worst mistakes of human history. That is the best part. It fits, because Neuro called Vedal worse than Yandere. Oh, sorry, Yandere div. Yeah, no, I remember. Which, to be fair, not many people are actually worse than Yandere div. I want to stress, by the way, and this is the fun part. Do I think Yandere's Yandere dev's code sucked ass? Yes, it did. But you know what was the problem with Yandere dev? Their personality, not their actual code. Why? Because have you seen Balatro? A game that has won an obscene amount of awards and stuff, is an actual game held together with prayer and gum. And you cannot convince me otherwise. The problem with Yandere dev is Yandere dev? Yes. No, like, it is pure and simply, that game, it was actually a cool idea. I remember it initially getting talked about back when the dev hadn't actually said anything really. And then, yeah, no, the dev was just a complete ass and a bigot in every way possible, and I have a very big stance against people being like that. Actually, you know one thing that's getting talked about a little bit at the moment related to holocure, and I kind of wanted to add my 2 cents on this one, purely because I've already talked about this myself in relation to my game. So, the recent release of the new holocure update had one thing a lot of people are commenting on. A specific character is not there. I'm not going to really go far into it, but the VTuber Rushia is not on the list. However, Coco is. Now, I know exactly why they've done this, and I am 100% supportive of the reasoning. But yeah. Hey, Pretzel, how's it going? But yeah, so simply put, there is like a lot of people going like, why didn't they add her? Even they did some bad stuff like that. There's more controversy around her, right? Yeah. There's, simply put, it's the same rationale I have of, I try and think of the character at their best, however, I do consider, while that is the predominant thing, what they have done at their worst. And that is why there is like a handful of VTubers I will not add. A very small amount, mind you, but there is some that I would not add. Because they are actually really bad people, and I do not want to represent them. Because I want to represent the best of the community. the best of the VTubers and stuff like that for that. I hate when you attract smart people. I can't pretend to understand what's going on. That's fair. That's the problem with being a dumbass like myself, is that, like, smart people come to correct me. The better question is, I wonder if she was already in. Would they put... See, that's the thing. A lot of people are going, oh, they removed her. It's like, no, I'm actually pretty confident they just never did it. There's a big difference between removing them and not doing them. Not doing them meant that they set a principle. You're not losing something, you're just never gaining something. There's a big difference with that. And that's the point that people need to kind of understand. Who are we talking about? So in holocure's newest update, there's a specific VTuber that was forcefully graduated and let go and terminated. Well, actually, no, they weren't graduated, they were terminated due to a lot of really shitty stuff that they were doing, and they did fuck up quite badly with the contract. At the time, that's all we really knew about the situation, is they fucked up with contract, but they proceeded to be, like, just a genuinely awful person and have been... Yeah. Needless to say, they weren't added to the group, the roster, but Coco was, which was someone else that had been graduated well and truly prior to this update, right? Which is the idea normally, is that, like, for example, Mel got made before she got terminated, and they just left her in the game. So it goes to show, again, they're not wanting to remove, they just don't want to make. Or, like, they never intended to add. That's the important thing to keep in mind with that. And it's the same with me. It's like, there are characters I am just not going to do, because they were just really not good people, and I don't want to have the bad stuff that they did be brought into my environment. Play the game, so yes, like, that's the thing. Mel got terminated. I haven't, was like the no, not Mel, not Project Melody. Mel from Hololive. The vampire girl. Yeah. No, Project Melody is, yeah, she, I mean, realistically, her and I Am Mouse are VShojo. They were the core origin of that fucking thing. That and then Zentraya as well, right? Why we gotta refer to multiple people as Mel? Because her name is literally Mel. It's not even actually a shorthand, I believe. That's the problem. But yes, I agree. There are a lot of common names out there, and it makes it kind of hard to keep track of all of them sometimes. Which is something that I dread as well with this game, is like, sort by name, and it's like 5 names the exact fucking same. Oh yeah, no, I know who you're referring to with that. Yeah. But there's a couple of there was a couple of Niji Sanji boys that have names that in general were very similar to other ones as well in some regards, and whether they came first or after, that's irregardless. The fact is, though, is there's just a couple of moments where it's like, which one? Who are you referring to? It's the difficulty, right? It's the same with, like, you can make the same argument with actors. It's like, if I say, hey, did you watch the movie with, like, what's a good example? Like, Tom. Oh, did you watch Tom in the new movie? It's like, which Tom? Right? Like, it's that kind of idea. And, like, don't get me wrong, there are some names that are just, like, really, really prevalent, and you think, and they're pretty unique. A lot of those are stage names sometimes. or like their middle name or whatever, right? But there are a lot of that sort of situations, and it can cause a bit of weirdness. If stupidity pains you, and she almost Vito was begging her to disarm the lava lamp explosion. Yeah, Fillion is someone that. Yeah. She's gotten a little bit better in some regards sometimes with some of that stuff. I think the lava lamp one was a very extreme, and I think she pushed way too far, and I think she realized it. I think, again, the thing that needs to be acknowledged is that I don't think she's actually, like, that dumb. It is definitely the character she's playing up, the Fillion character. I do think that, yeah, she does have her moments where it goes a bit too far. Sorry, I hate that boss. And yeah, the whole VTuber environment's so delicate. No, Hexigo is an awful boss sometimes. It can be a fucking annoying one. But yes, hello. I do think in that one she was underestimating how potentially serious it was. Yes. No, I think that's kind of the shorthand of it there, is that I genuinely think she just didn't understand what she was doing. And I wouldn't say that's a straight up stupidity thing. But the fact is that, yeah, that was a big mistake on it, right? It's your birthday? I'm 21? Hell yeah. I remember being 21. I wish I could say it was a great time, but I was doing dumb things at the time, so you know, is what it is. How much drinking did I do that time? I think I can't even remember because I was just drinking a lot during that era. How old am I? Older than 21 is the short answer. The longer answer is the max you're going to get out of me is I was born in the 90s. So it's not too excessively old. Sorry. No, I understand. Again, I've talked about this before. The worst part of that is that, like, every group like, a vast majority of the friend groups I'm in, I'm normally called the dad or the father because of just the way I am and the way I talk about things, and I always, like, look after a bunch of people. Especially when drinking, since I didn't get drunk easily, I would often be the person looking after people. So that was always a fun one. Think of the content if it explodes. Yeah, I could see Neuro saying that. He's less of a daddy and more of a dad. Hey now. I'm not gonna resent that, but you know, let everyone dream. To be fair, I could do my, like, more sultry voice if you really wanted to kind of give that thing. I need to have a bit of a drink first though, my throat is a bit dry. Father, give me uppies? What do you mean? People say if I post pics, call me mummy. When I get into VC, they call me either Mafia boss because of my voice and accent. Hell yeah. That is an amazing superpower. What do you mean? Oh yeah, it is a fun one. I like that sort of stuff though. That's cool. That's a cool thing that you got, like, the range there. gotta love the ability to just... It's like the spy, right? I can do everything. A Russian mafia boss is a great one. I like that. Got a challenge for me? Go on then. Might as well. See if I can do said challenge. Try and replicate a Russian accent. Oh, I haven't heard one in too long. I'm a bit rough on that. Because I used to, at one point in time, I did learn a little bit of Russian, so I'm trying to remember how to do the language from that. If I was to do just Russian accent, nah, I don't think I'm gonna do a nice one. There's no way I can be able to do a good one off the top of my head. Trying to think of good keywording to get me there. Russian. B. I would do. No, that's a bit more German. No, I don't know if I've got a good one off the top of my head. Show the image of clean shaven? Oh god. Cannot do an accent? I mean, I could. I'm just trying to think of a good way of doing it. This is the problem, is like, I did voice acting training at one point, so I try and do it way too intensely. So I can't even do like a fun, just quick one. Because that's the problem, is like, I'm pretty sure if I try and do a Russian one right now, I'm more likely to just slip into a German one. Skoski. Why not join us for a drink? Duh. Join us at the table. Yeah, that, it's not very good, but it's kind of close. It's probably the best I'm going to get from just not actually remembering a lot of the accent and key dialectal things that I need to know. But I think that's a decent attempt from just memory. I think that's the best I can do off the top of my head. Y'all haven't heard of Liverpool accents? I have heard a Liverpool accent. I had a friend from Liverpool. It was... The worst part was that already started having their accent converted to Kiwi, so it was somewhere between, and it made it really hard to listen. That was something. Oh, India, dude, all I can think of is the Indian-Russian joke from that one time where, from a Supernatural panel where Misha Collins turned up. Would you like to buy goat? Very good goat cheese. It's like, what accent is that? Indian-Russian? So bad. But like, I mean, hey, here I am with New Zealand accent, which apparently is actually a really liked accent across the world. Same as Australian, which I do not understand because I do not find these fucking accents attractive in any way. Is there any punishment for calling me cute? No, there is not. But I would not agree with it. Actually, wait, before you call me cute, let's go find that image that Pretzel was requesting. The one where it was like back on it was like fucking 7-8 years ago. And it's when I actually shaved and shit. Like I was clean shaven. And I was in Japan. It would be under photos. Where is specifically that painful image? I hate it every time I see it. The rule is we also have to call Dr. Cute. Where is that photo? Should just be around here. Scanning my file as quickly as I can. No, I still had a beard at that time. No, it's not there, because that's when I would have gone over to Oz. Pretty sure it's not under this folder. No. That's the videos from there. I don't think I've got the photo in here, do I? Genshin Impact, OMG, and left. Oh, God. Always be careful with Genshin Impact. It'll leave a Genshin Impact in your cranium. I always loved that joke. That was a good one to me. Yeah, where is the, that photo, man? Cannot seem to find it easily. Just wink at me. Wait, I'm pretty sure if there we go. Why is it so hard to find this one image? Maybe I can find it easier via this. Surely it's in here somewhere. No, that's me saving some programming. I mean, if you want the recent photos, we've always got this one. But that's not the one you're wanting. Marry me? Yeah, I'm new. Hell yeah. There you go. Me trying to pose for the camera. I suck at it. Yeah, I can't seem to find the clean shaven photo easily. Why is it so hard to find this fucking photo? I swore I had it, like, listed somewhere to find fast and easy. Admittedly, I could always just show, like, a part of the video that it's from. Oh wow, that is a really unflattering frame. Yeah, there we go. That's back when I went to Japan, and that was like in 2017 or something like that. So yikes. Yikes. I do not look good shaven. See, yeah. I mean, I will say Pretzel, and I will keep this quick so it's not too somber. You're not going to be seeing Doctor anymore. But yeah, no, it does suck to not have the webcam on sometimes. I don't know. I don't mind it. I think the VTuber thing's fun though. But yes, that is never again, never again. He uh he joined Tori. My point stands. Marry me. You know what? You're making a convincing offer so far. I'll have to consider it at the very least. But yeah, there you go. That is my shitty what I used to look like. Oh my god, YouTube pose. Oh. God damn. The fucking, yeah, the Mr. Beast pose. That was actually just tragically bad. It would recommend me your stream last time and it was on like one viewer. Yeah, no, it's weird. Like YouTube algorithm's actually pretty good for like randomly recommending, which is like why I actually have more discoverability there than here. I have barely anyone I could just chat with in general. Trust me, I understand that a lot. Nowadays, I'm pretty bad for, I do have a few mates that are, like, in-person friends that I chat with from time to time online, because I'm not in the same city anymore. But overall, the problem I have is I'm a workaholic. So, ironically enough, the vast majority of my time interacting with people is right now. Is during my streams. The rest of the time I've spent just pretty much working on these projects, and just working on other things. I play a few games, but I try my OBS to feed it. Yeah, it can be a bit of a pain in the ass. I'm not gonna deny that in any short margin. I've spent years playing around with Streamlabs OBS, and then I've been streaming now for... Oh god, is it actually almost... It's over 2.5 years! Right? Because I started streaming... Yeah! Oh shit. Oh god, okay. What do you know? That's a wild one to me. Because I started streaming just before I got... it was mid-semester of my last degree. So that would have been about... April? That would have been April 2022? Yeah. Because it was a semester for half the year, then it was a half-year break, then I started my next degree, which was last year, and then I kept going into halfway into this year, and then of course that was. Yeah. A bit over 2.5 years. Whoosh. What do you know? And I spent like the first year basically streaming to myself. It was great. And then the next year I spent streaming pretty much still to myself. It's how it go. It's how it go. Would stream War Thunder, so I deserve that. I mean, a lot of people like War Thunder. I've played it a few times here and there. Oh, hey Yinya, how's it going? How's been your weekend? I hope you got a good bit of rest in. And I hope interviews have been going well. If you've had any, obviously. Over the weekend, I'd assume... Would they interview over the weekend? I'd assume not. Hopefully you've got some queued up. There we go. Did make some YouTube videos, even got to 3k views in some. But I'm way too ashamed of those now. Hey, it's about learning. It's about doing what you want to do. If you enjoy making videos or if you enjoy streaming, go for it. You'll learn along the way. Look, I could look back at a stream I did like maybe a year ago at most, and I would fucking hate looking at any of it. If I go to If I go to my first stream, it is absolutely garbage. I acknowledge that. I've learned quite a bit. Learned from experience. No, they don't. At least I don't. Fair. That's fair. Yeah, no, also... God damn. You know, I ended up playing a shitload of, Magic yesterday, and yeah, so my brain's, like, completely fried. Spent, like, multiple hours playing a couple of games. What's worse is one of my friends is, like, absolutely horrendous for the way they play. Because, like, the first game we played, he pulls out a deck, doesn't really say anything. It's a goddamn, like, good, like, it's an actual good deck with cards in it that are worth, like, $100. And it's just, like... Even he knows it's a really good deck to play, and it's really annoying to people. And it's like, are you serious? You're playing with a dude that can only play one deck and is trying to play for fun. He killed me on, like, turn 3. Like, it's playing like that is how you really, really stunt my want to play, sort of thing. I have an important request, go for it. Kind of like my friend who uses World Championship decks that they print as official proxies. God damn. See, like, I've got a mixed feeling on, like, playing champion decks like that, or, like, really good meta decks. I want to have one or two for when that's needed, but most of the time, no. In the gayest way imaginable. I mean, I'm pretty good at being gay, because, you know. But, like, how... I mean, it's the simple thing of how effeminate do you want it to be, because I could go, oh, well... and do like that, but I could do more. Oh, well. That's a bit more camp style, right? Because Animu is gay? Exactly. Oh god. I mean, I do watch a lot of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, if that says anything about me. I'm very good at swinging both ways when I need to. I mean, what? Actually, it reminds me of, and I'm not going to show them because I can't show them on stream, but one of my friends, we were just like talking about Magic mainly, but we got onto some music stuff and she shared with me like this one band and we just both sat there for a while like oogling the fucking the lead singer because holy damn is he like, wait, I'm gonna see if I can find one of the images I could even share. See if I can find one. Here we go. This is probably the best I can find that I can share. It's just this. Dude, I would lick the... my tongue would be black from licking the sweat off that. Just saying. God damn. Victor, best femboy. You know, you got a point. Hello, Jess. It's good to see you again. I don't know if that's allowed. I mean, I've got a better thing for you if you want. So, I do not run this Discord, but it is a Discord run by someone in the community. that did so of their own volition. I am in it, and nothing more than that, really. I pop in and chat with people in there when I get pinged or necessary. But here is a... if you are so interested. Feel free to jump in there. Again, I don't run it. So if there's any problems, don't come to me. It's nothing to do with me. It just happens to be a community Discord thing going on there. So feel free to join that. And you can ping me or DM me from there. Do not worry, you would not be the first, nor the last. Which I'm never against that at all. Like, I like talking with people as much as I can. I am very busy a lot of the time, so I do apologize if I'm not immediate in responding. I'm very bad for that. I always try and respond, but I sometimes am a bit delayed. So don't think I didn't see the message, it's just maybe I haven't gotten to it yet. But yeah, it's a good place to just go and chat randomly. There's actually quite a few people in there now, which I'm mildly surprised at. Again, it's a great way of reminding me there's actually people that watch, and there's multiple of you, which throw me off. Such a weird thing to say like that, but genuinely is something that I kind of... I don't know. I do this as a hobby, and I enjoy it a lot, but you know. Some more places to steal emotes from. Is there actually emotes on that one? I actually haven't looked. Doesn't look like there are. No, I don't think there is. Might need to ping Roger about that and see if we can get some funny emotes in there. Alright. To be fair, I could always send him that one with me with the green eye, the blue eyes thing. Where is that one? I have that somewhere. My weird emotes file. I think it's in here. Oh, it's on there. Where is it? Same friend request, you cute, insanely hot, lookable and kissable. Well, I've definitely had a boost to my ego today, thank you. I needed that. Thank you, thank you. Where is it? Where is it? I find that emote. It was made by Yuya. Ah, there it is. This. It's just me with blue eyes. Like glowing blue eyes. It's just such a stupid one. Such a stupid one. Send a pigeon? Ooh, let's have a look.
Every day I'm shuffling.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm gonna hit the mute because music. Always gotta be careful with that. Also, what is that fucking photo now? What the fuck was that? Oh no. That's kind of incredible. That's very funny. That's very funny. Oh, you don't have it in a moment. There we go. Oh god, that's... Hell yeah, bopping pigeon and cat having a good time, I guess? I don't know. Oh, stretch! Ugh. Dude, I cannot stress enough, and this is one of those weird side effects. I've talked about this before, right? But why I'm really happy about the VTuber model stuff at the moment, because it's summer, I can sit here in a singlet and not, like, concern myself. Would you be interested in seeing your new socks? I mean, definitely an interesting request, but I wouldn't say no. I mean, it depends. What are they like? Are they just like festive socks, or? You've made me curious now. I don't know if I should be curious in this situation. To be fair, I'm like the perfect example of like, if I wasn't as stocky and like built as I am, I would definitely be a fucking programmer with thigh highs. I know that in a heartbeat. Actually, no, that's probably a lie because fucking I don't like having my feet covered when I'm at home. Would you be interested in throwing your socks into the deepest pit of hell? You know? That's what I do every day when I put them in the washing machine. There's only like 4 of them that come out when I put in like 10. See yourself in DMs? Sure. I'll have a look at DMs in a little bit. I'm just trying to remember. So where were we at? We're working on the summon stuff, right? Yeah. But yes, I'll have a quick search. Let's see. Right, where's all of my... so, got that. Pending... Oh, hells yeah. There's some good socks. Yeah, see, those are the socks that, like, are dead to good stuff. Dead to good stuff. I mean, surprisingly enough, being an anime person myself, I've watched a lot of anime, right? I can appreciate some good, like, knee highs and thigh highs, right? I feel like we all can. The good stuff. You're an anime person, name all of them. What, anime people? Okay, let's start with, what order would you start in? Because I could, let's see, Atoria, Amaterasu, actually I could just name Shinto gods, realistically, and I'd get quite far. Now that I think about it. Aka, Aoi, Ane, I'm trying to do too many off the top of my head. Gotta watch some. Fair enough, Nia. I have not watched anime, actually, in, like, weeks. I should fix that. The problem is that, like, there's so many fucking series at the moment that I do want to watch, but they're, like, actually require my attention a little bit. And it's really hard to do when I'm working. See you, mates. Oh, good, yeah. I'll catch you later. Oh, before you disappear, did you end up putting those comments in? To the doc? If you haven't, all good. Just thought I'd ask. Want to see your drawings? Go right ahead. I'm always interested to see people's art. I'm not a great... Well, okay. I'm going to preface this. I do not think I'm that great of an artist. I used to be good at art because I used to do it at, like, going to galleries and stuff. But I hate art now. Like, doing art myself. Really, really awful time. But I've had to get it back into it for doing, doing the game, right? So almost all the art in this is done by me, so regardless of if it's good or not, yeah. There's a lot of it that is me relearning things. Oh, damn! That's good! Ooh, I like that style too. That's cool. God damn. Yeah, no, that's nice. I like that. Yeah, no, all I can do is pixel art at this point, really. To be fair, though, I am happy with the responses I do get for the art, because, like, to give an idea, I talked about this a little bit. For Cinder, her splash art, I did post that over on Twitter, and she did actually, like and retweet it, which makes me happy. And then a lot of people liked the Metamorphosis icon that we did the other day. That got a lot of positivity, and I'm glad, because that icon is possibly my favorite icon I've done now. Where is it? Assets, sprites, abilities, Tara. This one. I absolutely love this icon so much. So look at my boy. He's just a little guy. He looks so happy. I'm happy with that one still. We do need to actually go back and finish some of those icons, because I think we're missing... Are we missing any on Matara now? Just her EX, right? EX and assist. Yeah. With Cinder, what are we missing? We're missing her passive and ability, I believe. Which reminds me, there is another thing I want to do for Cinder, and it'll be a testing thing I might do in my spare time, because it'll probably be a shader. I will see. Either a shader or particles, and I'm not really good with how particles work. Nothing to worry about with that ping over there. Okay. But yeah, no. That drawing you sent through, real good. As for pixel art, I make Jack Sparrow as a hawk. I'm now curious. You can't just, like, say that and not, like, go further into detail. That sounds, like, wild. Also, that reminds me, I need to set up this. Let's see. This would be... What is the... Yeah, it's just that value. Yeah. Let's see. Oh my god, that is actually so good. Oh, that's such a good gif. I love that. That... Oh my god. That's actually really, really cool. God damn, really? That's cool. I like that. Fix that. Probably need to do this though. Now that I think about it. Just have this for now. Then, what was it? It's step, event. Also did Davian Barbosa. Oh, hell yeah. quick squiz in a second. So I'm just getting a script. No, it's script execute array. That, and then what else? Right, let's have a look-see. One base. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. Ah. Oh, I like that Barbosa. I like that Barbosa a lot. I do love the Davy as well. All of those are really good. God damn. God damn. That's nice. That is nice. That is very nice. Wait, I need to have something to drink. There we go. Do you think guns can be sexy? I mean, yeah. I see no reason not. I mean, it definitely depends on what do you mean by guns? Because if you mean the guns that, like muscles, oh. If you mean actual guns, I see no reason why they can't be. Definitely a few times I've seen someone wielding one that's pretty nice. Admittedly, I don't know. It's a weird one. I'm trying to think. Let's see this. Ooh, oh, okay. Well then. Well then. I see. Would you consider marrying me now? It is still a. I gotta say, it has to be a consideration. Gotta have at least a first date. We'll give you that, eh? To be fair though, you're gonna have to fight my work for marriage at this point. I'm very heavily working. I honestly, that's a hard fight, I feel. Especially at the moment, God, I need to actually go to bed earlier. Like, I'm hoping that once I get my, like, meds again, I can actually go to bed properly. I have a rifle, I'm ready to fight. You know, fair. Yeah, no, I'm hoping once I get my meds back again, I'll be able to actually have some good sleep again. And hopefully I'm going to convince myself to go to bed, like, not 4 hours after what I normally would. Because, god damn, it is really annoying. To be fair, again, self-inflicted damage with that one. It's like, what? How many nights in a row has it been? For me, it's 17 past midnight. God damn. I mean, to be fair, to give an idea, it is currently 17 past noon for me right now. Your character has self-inflicted damage confirmed. To be fair, yeah. If I was to do a character that was just straight up me, it is going to be like a slow character that hits hard and just deals self-damage. But like buffs the entire team an insane amount. Because that is so how I do that shit. Morning to you as well. No, I don't know, man. I think, how did I describe it for the longest time? While I was doing my degree, my previous degree, not my first degree, was, I would describe myself as kind of like Soraka IRL, where I would just like spend all my time helping other people to the detriment of myself. And then I've already got enough bad health that I shouldn't be doing that. Every time you laugh, you take. Wait, are we talking about hideous laughter now? Am I hitting myself with hideous laughter? How's the VTuber game coming? It's going well. I'm happy with it so far. We do need to, once we get this probably stuff that I've been working on recently cleaned up, I do need to pull my shit together and actually work on the bosses more that I need to. Like, this is supposed to be the boss update that I've been working towards, but you know, we've only got like... Actually, how many bosses have we got on the list again at the moment? Boss objects, boss list. Now curious. It's Party Animal, Knife Doggo, Mischievous Magical Girl, Queen of Clothes, which she's not... No, she is fully ready. She just... Again, the problem is all of them need their assets done. Like, sprites and stuff. And I'm really bad at getting it. When you finish it, I want to playtest it. I appreciate the sentiment. I genuinely, really, I'm excited for people to play it. Like, there's a reason why it is available currently. It is a bit of an earlier version, obviously. We're very early alpha, so expect very early alpha issues. But I'm really excited to get it finished one day. Taking a break from working on an AI VTuber project you're working on? Oh, hell yeah! Been able to get Unity client talking to the Python server via socket. Ooh, okay. So you're going to take that approach. Interesting. Ooh. God. Now I just had a flashback to when I made an AI back in, like, high school, I want to say. That poor AI. What I did to it. So, fun little thing. I've been a software, or a software kind of person a lot of my life. Computers in general, but, like, software especially. When I was in, like, high school, I made an AI, and it was a self-learning AI. It actually did work fully. The problem was, I gave it my kind of personality, but without my morals. Now, I don't really have that many morals sometimes. I'm a pretty messed up person for that. But the problem is, when you have none, that removes all filtering. And I'm very glad I made it so it could not alter its own code. Because I'm pretty sure I would have accidentally made Skynet. That was an interesting one. I'm using Ulma for the LLM, and in Unity I have a character that is rigged for lip syncing and can do text-to-speech or speak recognition. Ooh. Are you also, because I'm assuming because you've got it inside of Unity, you can actually make a world space for it. Are you intending to have it, like, kind of move around as well? Because I'd be curious on that. I'm curious if it would be working better than Stalker 2 on my PC. To be fair, Stalker 2 is poorly refined. That was something even the devs admit to. I'm glad, though, people have managed to enjoy it, though. Add an update to keep mine, include the TOS that is prompt to keep it. Yeah. Don't want to have another situation with Neurosummer, right? Where you accidentally don't filter that one thing. Yes, hell yeah. That would be such a cool idea. I have a low poly office set up for it, and eventually you'll have multiple characters in the same space. You know what would be really kind of cool and interesting? Is to have almost like a, I think, Friends, but with our... Yeah, I was about to say, like, having it so you've got, obviously, your core one protagonist sort of thing, and then having everyone else, like, come in and out from time to time. That'd be interesting. And then having chat, like, just be there to the side. That'd be so good. My War Thunder crashed. Help. Oh, no. Actually, if I recall, like, the worst part is, right, is I go to sit there and go, like, isn't War Thunder, like, really prone to crashing? But I might be remembering it back when it was, like, 10 years ago. Or however old it is. Because I played it pretty early on and played it for a good bit back then. Worst part is I played it on its independent client, so I didn't play it via Steam, so I have no idea how many hours I had in it. I didn't have that many, though. I probably only had, like, a couple hundred. Still not as bad as, like, Warframe or anything for me. Or World of Warcraft. Or... Yeah, World of Warcraft, it probably peaks. I'm pretty confident World of Warcraft completely blows all of my other games out of the water. Thanks, World of Warcraft. I totally didn't sacrifice a fucking large chunk of my life to you. It's depressing with World of Warcraft that I can actually say it has it's like positive single digits of time in my lifespan that I have played World of Warcraft for. Because I remember very vividly, at least one of my characters had over a year in game. Yikes. That was bad. And that was only one character, mind you. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure it actually gets to single digits. But yeah, idea is the character will be able to move around in the world. Unity client will relay back to the server where it is, what is around it, what it can hear / see, etc. Yeah, like, I'm sure that there's really interesting ways to rig that sort of thing up now. You've made me very curious into this project. Like, really curious. It sounds cool. I'm definitely interested to see how that goes. Like, holy shit. Because it kind of is mildly reminiscent of, like, the AI Family Guy stuff, right? In a sense. Because it's, like, kind of, or Simpsons. Seeing how it goes widely with that. Would you ever consider working at Niji Sanji En? I'm not even kidding. I did actually apply for Niji Sanji at one point. That was before they kind of went very publicly into the dumpster. But I did apply to them. Yeah. Would I apply now? No. To be fair though, it would be hard pressed to find me applying to any studio that wouldn't let me be able to keep my intellectual property that I have like in front of me here with the game and being able to keep working on it, which would mean that they would have to let me be able to just maintain my person. Not, I wouldn't say the VTuber model. Again, this is a free trial one that if in the comments of the, not the comments, the description of the YouTube video, the YouTube stream, there is a link to, and you can get it yourself. It's over on Booth, but yeah, no, I don't think there's many VTuber agencies nowadays that would really allow for someone like me to come in. I'm probably a little bit too spicy in some regards for that. So many of those VTuber agencies seem extremely predatory. That's not an inaccurate way to kind of look at it, but you have to keep in mind, and there's no nice way of saying it, a company's intention is to make money, right? Now, there are a lot of ways to make money, and one of the big ways that we do see on some of them is that they actually treat their talents well and ensure that they're kept in good condition to like be able to keep streaming. HoloLive more or less appears to be doing this. The VShojo very much appears to be doing this, that sort of stuff. But then you get the inverse where some of them will just not value the people the way that those people feel like they should be valued. One of the biggest issues we have is with Niji Sanji and Hololive originally as well, is that they are Japanese companies and they're coming into the West. They're bringing Japanese company kind of like philosophy into Western settings, which does not mesh sometimes and causes a lot of aversion there. It's very much that idea of you live and breathe the company, right? You should make a lot of sacrifices for them. However, at the end of the day, the company is there for you when necessary. I'm not going to say that that's always the case, and with Niji Sanji, some of the public stuff we found out that wasn't the case in some regards. But that is something that's like kind of the big thing to keep in mind. So that is that's where that difficulty lies in, right? But we have seen improvements made to how they interact with the West. I'm just sad to see certain things be the case. I think one of the biggest ones in recent time that always made me kind of sad was there was specifically one Niji Sanji member that joined specifically because of another, and that was one of the people that got kind of terminated / graduated, and when that person then reincarnated, they weren't allowed to interact with them at all, and it's really, really sad to hear that, right? Let's see. What's up with the line 257? This one. So this is for Mischievous Magical Girl, which her movement is, best described as kind of like the idea of, say, player is here and it will pick in the radius around it. Go here, move to location, stop, go there, move to location, go there. And it will randomly pick in those sort of things. But yeah, it's percentage-wise, because I wanted to set, well, like, it's going to be an escalatingly downward, sort of thing, is the idea. So it slows down, stops, when it gets to the location. It's an escalation, because it's point to distance. So it's fast initially, go, and then slows down as it gets closer, to kind of give it an interesting sort of visual to it. But yeah, that's why it's point to distance for this. It's constantly checking that. Can you write that line with lerp? I don't... Maybe? I see no issue with this. Keep in mind, this is a function that's been run on a step event. So it's not that it's a one-off call. It is a constant call. But yeah, it's a very simple way of doing it based on old code, I guess, in a sense, that I'm used to. I'm not really familiar with how lerp works in GameMaker. Guess it just looks like the same for Y. Okay, I might have to look into that because again, like, I'm not too familiar with how lerp works. But maybe. Maybe. You never know. Again, that's where I say, like, I think lerp's a little bit of a weirder one to me, because, like, lerp's a neat function. Yeah, I only use it a little bit, right? I haven't used it anywhere near as much as I could have. With this function, yeah, because like I've used it a few spots. I think one of the main ones are because it's like good for interpolation. Yeah, interpol. Because I've done this with the bars. So like the health bar and that is how I've handled with Lurked. I mean, the short answer is I kind of argue what is the difference? I don't really see a difference in what that's actually going to do in terms of both resource intensity and other things, right? Maybe it would arguably make it more readable. Just vaguely easier for you to read. Yeah, like that's kind of my thought, right? It's like I think that's one of those like there's the only reason I would change it is if I found it easier to read, and I personally don't, but that's because I'm a weirdo. I'm very old-fashioned with some code, which means that I take some very shitty old-fashioned approaches. One of the newest things I have learned to do is doing this thing where, like, this is on the new line. Because I like this more. I did used to do it on the same line as the thing. That's because that was necessary back when I worked. But I did try and nudge this whenever I could, once I heard about it. But yeah, no, we've not got very many bosses in. We've only got four. One is a hard boss. The idea was for the next release that I'm gonna do with the game, at the very minimum, I will get another hard boss done and try and get the assets. And then that way we have you guys being able to test, like different bosses and not actually have to just fight Party Animal, which is the only boss that's actually assetted and in the game properly. Because at this point in time, for the other bosses, if we go in here, character, enemy character, bosses. All of them have, like, some stuff for them, but they're not finished. Like this one, it's still in its early stages of getting the motion framed up and stuff like that, and I believe this is what it's supposed to look like. Kind of roughly. Very, if you're wondering, it is Knife Doggo for a reason. It is totally, utterly not 100% a reference to Sif from Dark Souls. No, why would it ever be? It's only a doggo with a knife that as you deal damage to it, it gets slower. Because I want you to feel like an awful person. The benefit of this one, though, is it deals more damage. And then Magical Girl. That was the one I drafted up the other day. It needs a lot of color alteration, but that was the rough idea. As well as the wand needs to probably be, like, fixed up. Could always make content with placeholders. Well, I mean, that's what we've done so far. That's what those bosses are. They do have a placeholder asset, which is just, bloody, where is it? This. I'm not even kidding. This is what a boss looks like when I don't actually have any assets on it. I can watch. It's late. See you in the VOD. All good, Devil. Good to hear from you. Hope all's going well. But yeah, so this is what we have for boss assets while I've not got actual assets for them. But that's the thing, is like, I do need to actually make actual assets for these bosses at this point, because they're functionally almost already done. It's just they need the assets to get there. And then, let's see, Queen of Claws, that's the other boss, that's the hard boss. Which, Again, totally not a very clear reference to anything in particular. How would you ever guess that? The best part of this, by the way, is that ever since someone pointed it out, this is the true story of this character. The head here is actually a lie. That's not her real head. This is like Belveth from League of Legends. These eyes here, her actual eyes, and this is her mouth, and she's actually just like this. It's a cat face. You'll never unsee it now when you look at it. That is the best part of this boss, by the way, to me. But yes, that's the Queen of Clothes. Totally not a clear rip-off of anything. Yeah, that exactly, Muffin. That face exactly. That's why I find it so funny. But yeah, then good old Party Animal, which is like, this is actually done up correctly. Are these gifts the new ones or the old ones? Can't tell. Because that's his idle animation. The tag gif will definitely be wrong, because this has been changed so much. And walk has drastically changed a lot. So it no longer looks like a weird hop, it actually looks like he's walking. Don't look too closely at it, because then you'll realize how scuffed it looks, though. As with all of my animations, don't look too closely. We all don't need to think about it that much, right? Right? But yeah, one day I'll finish off the next monster as well. Ellie, the elemental bat. Which at the moment is literally just the placeholder drawing of the first frame of it. Before I did any like significant testing with it, because I've not had the time to work on it further. Ah yeah, the vault. The vault, which is characters that I'm probably not going to make them as characters anymore. Yes, you did see Nina Kosaka in there. She was... I'm not even kidding. Basically, the week I was drawing her assets and stuff was the week she announced her graduation. And I was very sad. So, I finished off the thing in time for her graduation. And then this other individual turned up and I decided, you know what, I'm going to shelve Nina Kosaka and work on this other one and be happy with that. Speaking of, yeah, so we've got almost all the assets done for Matara. Completely unrelated news. It actually looks pretty good in game, by the way. The only issue is that the bug item still looks a bit weird with the coloring. With the number, which I still just need to add probably a border to that, is what I need to do. Because if we select the thing, you can see everything but the EX has the icons in. The bug just looks so cute. And then, yes, I still think Matara Morphosis is just the best icon. I'm so happy with that. You cannot convince me that is, like, not the best icon in this game. By a long shot. Just saying. Sorry, I needed to just double check some. Dude, I keep forgetting to have, like, fluid. Where's Roger to remind me? God damn it. He's always good at reminding me to drink. Speaking of, I'm probably actually... do I treat myself for Christmas and get myself a nice bottle of whiskey? I probably will. I think that would be nice. Get my favorite, get like a Southern Comfort. 100 Pure. It's a whiskey liqueur that I highly, highly love. Tell you what, if I remember to buy it in time for Christmas, when we do the Christmas stream, I'll drink it there. We can have fun with that. Because I am going to do a Christmas stream. I stand by that. It's going to be a long one too, because I believe the flatmate should be at her folks' place. So I will have the place to myself for, I think, like a week. So I will definitely be having a bit of fun during that time. Just chilling out, maxing, relaxing, looking all cool like, and a couple of fools. No, was it? A couple of guys up to no good, started making trouble in the neighborhood. I got into one little fight and then my mom got scared. And I just hit you all with a nostalgia bat that's right in the head. Man, I'm really going well at dating my age bracket, aren't I? Movie your idea and I'm gonna bail it out. Too old for me? How is Fresh Prince of Bel-Air that old to you? Come on. Must be 30s, 40s? Alright, well, you know... Hey. I stand by my statement. I will never reveal any more than I was born in the 90s. That's all you got to go by. And that's, yeah, don't get me wrong, that's like a 10-year period of time to work with. But, you know, it's all you need. Depends if you're around when it first came out. When did it first come out? It wasn't that old, was it? Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, American show. 1999. Oh, no, 1990, sorry. 1990. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have probably watched its original release. I probably didn't watch that. Is this year? Wait. What is this like? Oh, I would listen to it. Oh, is that Birmingham one? Oh, yes! Bo Birmingham! Yes! Oh, no, I do know the song. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's not far off me. Yeah. Yeah. The moment I actually saw that it was Bo Birmingham, I'm like, oh, yeah, no, yeah. If you know who Fire Marshal Bill is, I feel like I recognize that. Why do I recognize that? Why do I recognize Fire Marshal? What is... Fire Marshal Bill. Introducing Fire Marshal Bill. Oh, God. In living color. Oh no. Oh, I do remember this. Oh, fuck. Oh, I didn't need that damage. Oh, shit. That was a yeah. To be fair, though, it did take, I think it was like 3 or 4 years for that to air on New Zealand. We were so far behind at that point. Like, fun fact, until like mid 2000s, everything was like 4 to 5 years behind, sometimes 7. I mean, like, if you want a real fucking, like, selling moment of how old I am, I remember coming home from school, having set up the download before going, and sitting down to watch episodes of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yeah. That might date me a bit too. Take that. Yep. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Stargate SG-1. A lot of them good shows. Dude, I still remember when Supernatural started airing, man. Or Battlestar Galactica. Oh, the new generation Battlestar Galactica. Absolutely gorgeous. I've met a lot of the cast from that series, actually. I met the person that played Starbuck. She was awesome. That was the first convention I ever went to. She was absolutely lovely. I had a friend get me a signed thing of the president from that. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but they got a signature from her. That was pretty cool. I met Apollo as well at a side thing. That was awesome. It was a Frelin good. Oh my god, did you just use Frelling? Farscape was a good show. Dude, Farscape, it had only had like 3 seasons, I believe, right? It was so good, man. Farscape was so good. Dude, I am really fucking dating myself, aren't I? Like I was been binging the crap out of it. Oh, fair enough. I mean, Doctor Who stuff's been getting like a lot of stuff on YouTube as well. Like the official YouTube Doctor Who YouTube channel. They do a lot of cool stuff. Which, the problem with watching the Doctor Who highlights is it makes me want to go back and rewatch Doctor Who. But the issue is, I also remember the problem with Doctor Who is it's a great example of a show that has like 1 out of every 5 episodes is a really, really good episode. But like 3 of those episodes are kind of painful. When sci-fi became yeah, I won't disagree with that. I mean, I still stand by one of my biggest gripes with like, I was about to say modern, it's probably not considered modern anymore, but like modern stuff was when Stargate Universe came out, the treatment that series got was fucking sad, because I loved that. It was such a good show. The problem was everyone was expecting Stargate SG-1, and had not realized that Stargate Atlantis was way better, and this was a completely different thing. It's the same with, the only good Star Wars movie to come out in the last few years was Star Wars Rogue. Like, Star Wars Rogue One. Remember Eureka and Warehouse 13? Oh, I was not ready for that one. Oh, shit, that was a flashbang. Fuck. Dude, I still remember, because I had actually studied quantum physics in primary school because I was a weird child. I remember studying quantum physics, and when Eureka was a show, I remember getting really annoyed for a little bit until one of the characters actually pointed out, hey, by the way, you're explaining quantum physics wrong. It's like this. And I was like, oh my god, yes, you actually got it right. Unlike all of the fucking sci-fi shows that just say quantum in front of anything because they want to sound fancy and nobody fucking goes and puts in the effort to understand what quantum theory is. Ah! Yes, I'm a massive nerd, thank you. A lot of people thought I was actually going to be an amazing scientist when I grew up. Instead, here I am. An anime person. Yelling on the internet. Boy, how the world has changed. To be fair, I do enjoy this a lot, and it kind of scratches one of the major itches I had, which is she quantum on my physics until I fair. I thought it was a chef's kiss for Eureka when, on the last episode, they were leaving the town. That same scene, start of series, where they pass themselves. Yes! No, that was absolutely phenomenal. That was something they clearly always went to name for. A beautiful and cute anime person, Thanks. I try. Gotta moisturize the anime skin constantly, right? But my previous degree, the first degree I did was one centered around education with subparts of philosophy, psychology, and linguistics, actually. And that was something I'm actually, like, why on the stream I sound like I talk very educatively and try and explain things in the way I do. Sometimes over-explaining, I admit, but it's because, like, I have that itch to scratch of being a teacher, because I did intend to be a teacher at one point. And then I was asked if I wanted to go into postgraduate to go be a professor, which I'm very tempted to still do. In fact, if I finish the degree that I've currently got on hold, I'm probably going to get hired as a professor by that university. Just because, like, I have a very good background and I know what I'm talking about when it comes to software. Almost as big as Scrap finally getting the acorn. I'm going to be honest, and maybe this is going to be harsh criticism. Admittedly, they are kids' movies, so I'll accept a little bit of the harsh criticism argument. But, like, man, Ice Age needed to, like, end back in, like, Ice Age 2. There's been some cool things, sure, but, like, I was bored of them by, like, the third one was meh to me, and, like, the fact that there's more. It did, yeah, like, it's a great example of just one of those times where it's like, it needed to not. We had our cool stories. I did like the story with him finding a mate, and that was cool, and it had an interesting stuff to it, but it just... The Land Before Time series, oh, did you need to do more damage? Dude, at this point in time, you're gonna reference, like, Flintstones as well, and shit, I'm gonna take so much emotional damage. It's like an enchantment on the field. Haha. Magic the Gathering reference, haha. I managed to slip one in. Dude, I'm getting hit by historic damage. That's the fun part. I'm not even that old. I just grew up watching Babylon 5 and Buffy the Vampire Slayer and a lot of those ones, and just, that results in a person sounding like they're in their 50s. I've also experienced enough life to compensate for a few years that probably add to it as well, I think. As I've said before, I was a great example of I must taste upon all the land's riches. I would say no to very little things as I was younger, which has gotten me in more than enough trouble. Still leads to the funny stories of basically, if I explain some of the things that happened, it sounds like a goddamn shonen series. Like fights by the river at sunset. Not even kidding. Had done this. I lived next to a river. Still have that story of that time I got stabbed on the way to work. And still went to work. Gotta love it. Yeah, now I look back at my younger years and I'm like, man, how the fuck am I here today? To be fair, I'd still probably do the same today. part of my brain to keep myself safe doesn't work sometimes, man. Just now I'm a little bit more, like, laid back and less likely to go outside. A lot more relaxed. A lot more relaxed. Now I can be cute anime boy and relive my younger years. Instead, right? Yeah. All right. Oh god. Where were we? What do we want to? Do we have any funny topics, by the way, to go on to? I just realized that we've just talked about being old for far too long now. Anyone that's like under in like the 20s and younger range is probably like going, what the hell is being mentioned at this point? To be fair, I stand by. If you were born after Shrek came out, I consider you a youngin. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Catch you later. There. How should I say that? Curat? Curat? I apologize if I'm butchering how to say that. But enjoy sleep. Have good, wonderful dream. My name is Caroline. Yeah, I might as well go with that one then. Instead of the... I just went from the name that I had in front of me. But yes. Have good dreams, Caroline. Have good dreams. May they be lovely and plentiful. Right. I still don't know how I quite want to do the summon architecture. Because, like, we need to think about how it's going to work for the Bao Bao girls. Right? Because Fuamoko is going to be a really interesting character to work on, but boy is it going to be a pain in the ass. I think it's probably not hard for me to push through all of the stuff that I need for Rambit to work on this already. But I'm just trying to think, what else could I do with the Rambit and transition that into how... Pardon me. How this fully functions. Because, like, overall, the system, again, the Rambit works. I do want to do one big thing to the Rambit at some point, which is have it so the different forms, it actually looks different. Because obviously buff Rambit would be really funny for while it's trying to attack enemies. Goes up and it just slams on the ground like that. Feel like that would be very fitting. Hmm. I wonder. Yeah, like here I originally had it, so it's like it was an icon above his head that would tell, but like I feel like the different modes would also be just as beneficial and be more funny. But like the way that this state machine works, I think it needs some work. I think I need to really sit down and overhaul this at some point, and that should be a focus. And while I'm doing that, I think I should start like designing it with the summon in mind, so I can start using this as a foundation point for how we're gonna do the passive for Fuamoko. Because I think what it will be is it will be the passive states that you're this character or that character, right? It's like you start as this character, you started like you play as thing, and you how do I want to do it? That's a good question, actually. No. Like, for a moment here, let's think about this. So, as it stands, if I think about how it's going to be, so we're going to have the passive is going to be that you get both of them, and the EX. So that's the passive, and the EX swaps you with the other one. Right. So what is the passive going to do? The passive one, the AI controlled one. And then what is so it's going to have to Actually, this is a very interesting scenario that we find ourselves in with this. Let's pull up the creative doc. So we can look at that while we think on this. So if we look at Wawa and Makoko. So currently the passive is that they gain movement speed or gain crit chance. So the passive will be reworded to give this character, like, you get to play as both the characters basically, and you swap between them with the EX. The EX has got to be short. It's got to be a very, very short EX charge time, because we want it to be able to swap fairly frequently, and you probably want to be able to swap early on. So maybe like 10 seconds? 10-15 seconds? Keeping in mind that it also does have the ability to deal like a very minor amount of damage and a knockback every time you do it, so we don't want it too excessively short. As well as you kind of want to have some effectiveness. I feel like... The passive should probably function as it recasts the other version of the weapon. So what we have it is that like there's two versions of the weapon normally, and it normally alternates between the weapon versions. Whereas if you're playing Fuamoko, it's set to what it is, and it gives a bonus. So what we should probably do is that whatever it is, you'll get the bonus for the player. You won't get the bonus for the other one. And just swipe around you, but with increased area, so it won't get the increased area. If playing Moko, just bite with increased crit damage. Yeah. So it would be this, if you're, say, like 4 is the one you're playing as at the time, you'll swipe around your increased area, Morkel would just run around and bite. So it's whoever's active is the one that's benefiting from, like, the bonuses. Yeah. What? Okay, so who's gonna be the one that you start off with? Probably Fua, right? Fua's gonna be who you start off with. But how do I phrase it best? And then instead of swap forms, swap between. So it's even like shorter phrasing we can do for that. I'm back, lol, PoE froze your computer. Again. Pain. Pain. Much pain, I understand. I mean, isn't it the time of year in the Northern Hemisphere for things to be freezing up? Right? Right? It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere. I'm not good at singing, I apologize. So that's what's going on, yeah. Clearly that's exactly what's happening, and that's how it works. Totally. I'm a computer person, so I clearly know what I'm talking about, right? Dude, oh, what did I see the other day that fucking had me in stitches? Was like a mug for very clearly like an electrician, and it was just like, yeah, I'm a, and then it's electrician and misspelt like 3 times, and then crossed out, and then underneath it's just, I'm a guy that cuts wires. I fucking loved that. It's jokes like that that tickle me so much, having worked in like shitty jobs and shit. That's just like, oh, you can do this, right? And it's like, well, I think yeah, but still think my peak joke I've ever seen in my entire life was a little 4-panel one like this, where it's just like this. Person's in bed, sleeping. They wake up suddenly. Oops. And they're like, oh my god, I'm late for school! And then they start curling back up into bed. And they're like, wait a minute. I'm like 30, 40 years old now. It's fine. And then they wake up again, and it's like, wait a minute, I'm the principal! That is what gets me the most, because that is just so true. So no matter how old you get, you are still yourself. You can grow, you can change all you like, but at the end of the day, you're still you. Never lose sight of that. And it's just great, because we're all human deep down, surprisingly enough. Fun fact, by the way, I used to be, to give an idea, I believe for my entire years at intermediate and years at high school, I don't think I turned up, on time, more than a handful of times. I was notoriously late. Yet when I started working, I would turn up, 15 to half an hour, early. Always. Very rarely was I late to work, and there was only 1 or 2 times I was late. And I called them in advance. The worst part was, one of the jobs, even if I'd call them in advance, they'd just give me the most shit. Because I was like, look, I'm gonna be at most 5 minutes late, and they're like, how dare you? I'm like, I'm sorry? And it's like, how dare you? It's like, I'm sorry traffic got really bad all of a sudden, at a time where it's not supposed to. An irregularity occurred. Surprisingly enough, I might be 5 minutes late at most. Turn up 2 minutes late and they still try and chew me out for it. I'm like, just let me do my fucking job, man. They literally did in 3-day debut. Yeah. True. Should probably change that instead of with to along. Alongside. Yeah, but actually, you know what? No. That would be better phrasing, but this is funnier. It has 2 meanings and both are great. I like this. Honestly, those sisters are really funny. I enjoy them. They're fun. I was genuinely surprised, because I mean this with, full respect and everything. Going into it, I did not expect to like them that much. Because I was like, cool, they're another cute, fun one. I'll see some highlights of them and enjoy them from time to time. They just came out swinging, and they did an amazing job. They're very, very funny. So, honestly, that's one of the big things. I absolutely, absolutely adore them. Very, very cute. Very, very funny. That's good. Ugh. I don't think there's much else that we're gonna probably get done today, I'm realistically saying, because I'm feeling on the slightly exhausted side, like I said, and I think we've done most of the things, but hey. The 2 having 1 channel is definitely an interesting dynamic. Honestly, was the correct decision for that. I'm really glad we got basically a co-op channel like that. It adds a lot of cool things, and I think that it's not something you can do with most people. I think it's purely because of, clearly how close they are and actually them being siblings or whatever. It doesn't really matter if they're not. The point is that they're very synergized with each other and it works extremely well. Very fun. But yeah, no, we're gonna probably call it here for today. I absolutely loved today. This was a great, fun time. We got a good bit... words. We got a good bit done. I'm actually really happy with the stuff. This means that we can focus on the summon thing next time. Well, between now and next time, I'm going to probably do some work towards it. But it means that we can probably start nudging into Full Moko a little bit, while also getting some boss work done, because I do need to work on the bosses. I really do. Please, please tell me every time I'm streaming the game dev to start working on the bloody bosses. Because I really need to. I just need to. Regardless of if I have assets, I just need to start making them. Glad to help sometimes. No, honestly, you did a lot, Muffin. That was really, really helpful. I really appreciate the assist. Like, especially with the path trimming code that you sent me the other time, getting that put in now, the movement looks so much better. It really, really does. And it's a lot of changes that needed to be made at some point regardless. Sure, technically it's a bit of a sidetrack, but like those sort of sidetracks are good because it just means that when that next update comes out, God, this is going to feel a lot better, right? So that's the important thing. But with that all being the case, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.